Friends, welcome to new video tutorial. In this tutorial, we are going to see about Flutter application development, basically mobile application development using Flutter. So in this entire series, we are going to see what is Flutter and what are the advantages of Flutter over other cross-platform development tools. So first of all, what is cross-platform development tools? So that are all the features that we are going to see. We'll start with a Flutter introduction, like what are the advantages and disadvantages, and why there are so many cross-platform tools, and why Flutter is recommended over those, and what are the advantages of Flutter over those other tools. From there, we'll move to Flutter widget development, like basic tools and widgets that we're going to use in Flutter for basic application development. So that's the first goal. So we'll start with the basic widgets. So in Flutter, everything is called as widget, like components in React Native or views in Android or iOS. From there, we'll move into slight complex topics like data binding. So everything will cover from basic to intermediate, and then we're going to use either internal storage and external storage, both. First, we'll start with the internal storage, to how to store data in a local database, which Flutter provides, and then we'll connect with the external DB, either Firebase or MongoDB. We'll connect with the external database, or how to make API call to such database, and how to get data from those database and populate in our Flutter application. So that's the advanced topics, and then we'll finish off it with placing some ads inside our application, either AdMob or Facebook ads. We have lots of ad tools to monetize our app. So that's the ultimate aim of any developer. Apart from that, business apps. So if you are developing some fun or entertainment apps or some utility apps, our obvious goal is to place some ads in that Flutter in our application and monetize and get benefit out of those as a passive income. So that's the obvious goal of application development. We're gonna cover those as well. How to place ads and what's the best practices for placing ads in a mobile application. From there, we'll wrap up. So this is the first video. We'll going to start with the introduction of Flutter. So if you see that Flutter home screen, build apps for any screen. So any screen, in the sense, it's for both iOS, Android. So you can see here, it's for both Windows, desktop, and then Android and iOS as well. So you can see this is iOS screen. So it covers for all type of screens. So that's a basic motto of this Flutter. Build apps for any screen. Okay, we'll go with the formal introduction. So first of all, Flutter. Flutter is just a UI toolkit for fast and beautiful natively compiled application development. So what is fast, beautiful, and natively compiled? Fast. So compared to other frameworks we have, so Flutter is slightly fast. And beautiful. Beautiful in the sense, UIs, there are lots of UI widgets are pre-compiled available in our Flutter application. So we can design beautiful applications using Flutter, and natively compile. So whatever code we write, it will compile, it will convert it into native code, so that we can also enjoy the native features available by that particular OS. And as already I said, it's both. It's for all three: mobile, web, and desktop applications. So we can build a mobile application, either Android or iOS, and then web application and desktop as well. So one language, single code base. Even though there's a slight modification needed for, say example, Android and iOS, but most of the codes remain same. Say example, 90% of the code remains same for both Android and iOS. In that case, just one language is enough for both Android and iOS. In case we are developing in our native, for example, for Android we are using either Java and Kotlin. For iOS, Shift or C#. Obviously, we have to develop two different applications, two different code base, completely different from each other. There is no common thing between those applications except maybe UI. But if you come into this cross platform, that's only one language we can use for both Android and iOS. Without much effort needed to develop into two different code base, two different applications. That's a slight modification according to that native feature which is available in Android or iOS. Apart from that, the entire code base is same. And it's Google's Dart. The application language used for Flutter development is Dart. That is a Google's own language. They're providing it, and it's a open source, completely open source. So we can modify code as we wish, and it's managed by ECMA standard. So ECMA is basically European Computer Management Manufacturers Association. This is a standard for scripting languages like JavaScript, JavaScript, etc. This is one of the JavaScript is one of the popular implementation of this ECMAScript. Even though we are going to use Google's Dart, this is managed by ECMAScript for some standards. And this cross-platform. So coming to cross-platform, so how it works in different OS. That's gonna see separate code for different OS. Basically, now in usual days, what we do is we'll develop separate apps for both Android and iOS, even for desktop and web apps. But today there are lots of cross-platforms available. How this cross-platform works? So basically, framework, we are developing framework. Framework will convert simple HTML to JavaScript or whatever we need. We'll handle front end with HTML and back end, not back end. The logics for that front end, which data to display, is handled by JavaScript. That's the usual conventional framework that we have. To overcome that, we introduced cross-platform. We write code in one language and convert that code into native code. So whichever works in that particular OS, we'll convert that code into those particular native code, so that it will work in both OSs or whatever we have. Drawbacks of this is slow performance. So it has slight performance issue compared to other cross-platform languages. So that's one single drawbacks of this. And that coming to specifically to Flutter, we have lots of widgets, which is called as UI. So in React Native, we'll call that as a component. In Android or iOS, we call it views or UI views. So that's a basic building blocks of the Flutter. So everything is widget here. Whatever we use, either text widget to show the text, or widget to get the text from user, or button. So whatever we use, everything is called as widgets in Flutter. Even our entire application is called as a widget, single widget. That widgets may or may not have state. So what is state? State is a particular, if you're opening on screen, if you have to store some data for that particular screen, you may need state for that screen. Say example, counter. If you are clicking a button for first time, it will show 1. If you continue clicking on the button, it will count, will increase automatically 2, 3, 4. That data is stored in some state, so that whenever we need, or whenever we refresh, or whenever we click again, we'll take it from state and update it to state. We'll display that state to screen. So logic is handles a separate state, and whatever value we have in state will get reflected in the UI. So that is the state. That's not completely necessary. If we need, we can use, or else if that's just a static screen, no need to change or update anything, then state is no needed. We may or may not have state based on our requirement. When the state is changed, as example, as our count example, there's a conventional example that's a basic starter kit for Flutter. If you click that button, the count state will increase. Whenever there's a state change, components re-render its entire screen. So whenever there is a change, wherever there is a change, that particular change will get reflected then and there. So if a state is changing, if a state change from 1 to 2, the places wherever the state is being used will get refreshed, so that the states, that places where we are using that state will get also updated. And one important advantages of this Flutter is it doesn't use WebView or OEM to render HTML or whatever we are using in web content. It uses its own engine, rendering engine, so that UI everything will look beautiful. That's one motto of this Flutter. It says a beautiful application. Hot reload. Whenever we are developing code in our classical Android iOS, we have to redeploy code to see the changes. But here, if you are doing some changes, whenever you save that code, it will get automatically refreshed in our app without needing to change the state or refresh the state. For example, you're building application for counter. You are in count 7. And if you are making some changes, or say example, you are changing the color of the text, and whenever you save the changes, that 7 won't be get refreshed. The color of the text alone will get changed, so that state remembers same. That's a hot reload feature available in Flutter development. This will help for development purpose. And then Dart uses minimal code, and this is a compilation technique, AOT and JIT, ahead of time and just-in-time compiler. It uses combination of both to improve the performance of Flutter application. As we already see, it's a beautiful UI, and performance of this Flutter is high. Even though there are some prerequisites for this application development like Dart, Android Studio, HTML, JSS, CSS. Even though we are not familiarized with Dart, we can cope up with development, since it's a very easy language to learn. Dart, we can grab with whatever knowledge we have. Just if we have enough coding languages and little experience with Android Studio, we can easily proceed. So even though there is no compulsory requirement for this all three languages, just if you have basic coding knowledges and OOPS concepts, it's completely fine to start with the Flutter application development. So from here we'll stop with the introduction for Flutter. From next video we'll start setting environments for our Flutter application development, and then we'll start with the coding. Thank you. Hello friends. In last video we covered Flutter fundamentals, and in this video we'll start with the setup, environment setups, and how to run a simple hello world program in Flutter. So first of all, we have to download Flutter setup. For that we'll go to official documentation and install Flutter. Inside this Flutter official website, there's 4 different versions available for based on the OS. If you are using Windows or Mac, Linux or Chrome OS, you can install from the respective tabs. Since I'm using Windows, I'm clicking this Windows section, and initially there are some initial requirements to run this Flutter, minimum requirements. First one, it should be Windows 7 SP1, or later it should be 64-bit. In later versions, and 84 this 64 based OS, and disk space is 1.64 GB. Apart from that, IDE, whichever we use, either Android Studio or Visual Studio Code, apart from that you should have 1.64 GB free storage. And for the tools, we have to install some tools. Windows PowerShell or Git for Windows. We have to use either command prompt or PowerShell 5.0 or newer version. This is pre-installed with Windows 10. PowerShell is a pre-installed. If you are using Git already, we have to make sure that Git commands run from command prompt or PowerShell. We should confirm this one. And these are the minimum requirements for running Flutter before we are going to start this tutorial. And once you are good with this system requirements, we can go ahead and install this Flutter. When you click this button, it will download one zip file for us. We can directly utilize the zip file. Initially, this is at the time of this video, this is a stable version. In case later there may be some stable versions, another stable versions. Or else, if you are developing particular app for particular purpose, mostly not required at this point of time. If in case you are needed, we can go inside this SDK releases and install the separate build for whichever version we need. Once you download this file, zip file will get downloaded. Once the file is downloaded, we have to extract that files and place in our desired location, in whichever location we need. Once we extract that file, we have to update the path environment variables for that file. So search for edit environment variables in our account. Edit environment, we should have that permission for editing. Edit environment variables for account. Once you go inside that variable sections, user variables for admins. Inside that, what they are calling is path. So this is one we need. When you click this, it will show that versions paths available inside that. If you don't have this Flutter path, we have to place it. If you already have a path and with that correct version, that there is no need of change. If in case you don't have any Flutter paths, we have to get this path. Wherever you install, there will be on Flutter folder. Inside that, there will be on bin folder. copy that path and paste it here. In case if you're having it's a colon version, place a new colon and add this path at the end of the line, so that your path will get added. You can give new and copy that path and paste it here, so that it will get pasted. So once we are done with that, we are done with the path variables, and here they explain the paths. Once we are done with this, we have to check whether all our versions are updated or installed properly. Open a sample command prompt. Open a command prompt. Inside this command prompt, just give this command var flutter space dot. So it will tell the location where this Flutter and dot packages are installed. Initially, it will show Flutter Windows, so wherever we installed along with this dot file. So this is the path which we set in environment variables. Along with this Flutter, there will be one batch file and dot bat. There will be 4 files. If in case you already installed dot file for learning purposes, you may have different environment variables, different path for this dot file as shown here. So this will be different locations where our dot files get installed. You have to change that by placing new environment variables for this dot file, so that our all 4 variables should be in same path. So this is except this last word, everything every path is same. So once you have this all 4 variables at same path, then everything is fine. We are good with this. Once we are done with this installation part, to check whether all the packages and requirements are installed properly, we have to run flutter doctor command. Flutter doctor. So it will show what are the packages it needed and what are the tools it required and what are the codes that we don't have. So if you see here, first Flutter is installed properly and this Android tool chain is not installed. So it requires Android SDK version 30.0.3. Command line tools is missing. So we'll install this. Once we open with this Android Studio Code, everything will be fine. And this Android license status is unknown. So we have to set up this license as well. Once we are done, we are okay. And we have for development for web application, we have Chrome and Android Studio is installed properly. VS Code, connected device one available. So these are everything is fine. So only 2 thing is, one is this command line tools and this Android license. So that is not a problem. We can install this later. And one more thing is, you need Android Studio installed in our system. So if you are using VS Code, it's completely fine, but Android is a preferred one for this Flutter. So we can run easily from Visual Studio Code, Android Studio. So for that, you have to download Android Studio, which is available inside this in this link, Android Studio. Once you download that, it's the same as other packages. So once you download, you have to run that file which are downloaded. So once you download that file, it will get automatically installed in our code. So this is a stable version here. So once you give download, it will ask for agreement. So once you click this, you can download this particular version you need. Once you download, you have to set up for Androids. You have to create a new emulate a virtual device for Android Studio that will cover later. Once you are done with this Android Studio, you can open widget like this. So here you can do whatever you want or create a new Flutter project. So if you give this clear new Flutter project, I will go for Flutter application next, and this is a Flutter app. So whatever name we need, we can give first Flutter. And for SDK, we have to give that SDK path wherever we have. This we have to select this folder name, and then rest of the things we can ignore. So in case you need it in separate location, you can choose it here, and if you need any description for the project, you can give it here. This is a package name which we need to give. So initially for development or learning purpose, we no need to take care of this. But in case you are going for release or something, you'll publish to Play Store, you have to take care of this package name. So after setting up this project, changing this package name is little bit tricky, but we can change. So in case you are planning for release, you can give it as according to your domain name. You can check in internet for this package name, how it should be named, and you can place accordingly. So last name should be this, last word will be our app name, and this will be our company name, and this will be as remain same as com. Also, you can check or uncheck this support for Kotlin and Swift for iOS. This are both new languages apart from this Java and C Sharp, so you can include both support. If we give finish, it will create a new project for us. For first time, it will take some time to build all required codes and files. So this is the Android Studio window. If in case you haven't seen this Android Studio already, in case you have experience with Android Studio, most of the things are same. There's no changes specifically for Flutter. So next few minutes we'll go through what are the tools and widgets available in this Android Studio. If in case you have already worked with Android Studio, you can skip this part. So this is the entire project structure. We can select if you need for specifically for Android, we can select Android, or this is a project is common for both. So if you have any device connected, it will show this device connected. So initially we have only Chrome. For creating an emulator, you have to go for this AVD manager. If in case you already have any emulator, it will show the screen. If in case you don't have any, create a new virtual device. It asks for hardware and software requirements. So phone, you can choose anything, and if you give next, it will show for software requirements, and you can choose any version whichever you need. Latest version is Android RQR, so you can download that, and if you give this next, new emulator will be created. Already I have two emulator. If you give this run button, the emulator will launch, getting launched. So let it launch, and then once that emulator is launched in this available devices, it will show our Android mobile as well. So this is the file which it has to run when we give this run button. So this is basically the run button. When we give this run button, it will run whichever the file is selected. So basically main.dot is the entry point for application. So whenever we have to run an application, this is the file which will get run first time. So this is the main.dot. So this is our basically the entry point for application. So all our code begin from here. So this is the basic file which they give as a template. Apart from that, this is a debugger, and we can attach debugger and stop this debugger. Remaining most of the things we'll use whenever we need it. So this emulator is getting launched. So this is a sample emulator we need. So you can have whatever emulator you need. If in case you need a real device, you can enable debugging mode in our mobile and connect with a USB cable so that you can use directly in mobile. So if in case your system or laptop speed is less, or disk storage is less, you can directly connect with the real device for testing. You can see here, this is a Flutter Android SDK built for 86 mobile. So this is an emulator mobile. We are telling to run, we have to select in which device it has to run. So we are selecting this device, and if you give this run button, we'll start building our basic code, and we'll try to deploy it in this our emulator device. So app has run successfully, and we can see here you have pushed the button for this many times and 0. If we click this button, this count will get incremented. So this is the example which we saw in Flutter introduction video. There will be one button. If you click this button, this value get saved in the store which we have particularly for this page. Whenever that store gets updated, basically we don't update this text view. Instead, what we'll do is whenever we click this button, we'll update that value to the store. So here we are fetching the data from the store and we are displaying it. So whenever there is a change in value in that particular store, this will get updated automatically. It won't render everything in the screen. So whenever there is a change in store, so it will compare with that old text and new text. If there is any change, then only it will get re-rendered. So this way makes it more efficient than other languages. We no need to re-render this entire screen. Instead, wherever we have the change, we will re-render only that particular change. As an example, if you are clicking 4, this text will remain same. Only this text will get changed. This 4 get changed to 5. Okay, this is a sample first Hello World program. So we'll explore about this Hello World program in upcoming videos. This is just to verify our code is working, our installation is fine, everything is good. So we'll continue with this next video. We'll start with the how to explore the code, how this state works and how this widget works, everything. Thank you. Hello friends. In the last video, we saw how to set up basic Flutter code and run it in emulator. In this video, we'll see about a project structure and how the flow works and how the execution of the Flutter application works. So first of all, if you expand this first Flutter, you see a couple of folders here. Here, from starting from this Dart tools till the readme.md, we have lots and lots of folder. Among this, only few folders are important for us. So this can be ignored and this idea can be ignored. So first thing which we have to concentrate is this Android folder. We have separate folder for Android and iOS. The code conversion into native codes and building of that building in that particular OS takes place inside this Android and iOS folders. If you expand this Android, it will have separate files and folders which is required to convert this code into Android code. So if you see, if you are already familiarized with this Android application development using Java or Kotlin, you may be see similar folder structure to an Android application. So here you'll have build.gradle files, and then inside this Gradle, if you open this src, you'll have main file. Inside this Android manifest.xml. So this is the main file for Android for declaring activities and requiring permissions and whatever we need. And then inside this we have separate files for Java and Kotlin where we have entire code for conversions. So once data is populated and app is successfully built, we'll have some build files related to it. So this will have inside this build folder. So what are the files, what are the code which we write, it's converted into build folders. So this we cannot edit. This is a runtime generated files. Okay, and similarly for as like as Android, we have one more separate file for iOS. We'll have entire code conversion, everything inside this files. Inside this runner info.plist, similarly like manifest file, we'll have some permissions, and if we need any information, we'll have to give it a key value path. So here we are gonna see this in upcoming videos. And this is a appdelegate.swift file. This is like Android. This is one of the important files in iOS. Okay. After that, you will see this library folder. This is a main folder containing Dart codes, which is written in our file. So this is our main file, which we saw. We'll go close this another files. If you open this main.dart, you'll see this run.main which we run. So first time which we run, it shows on the button with that counter. So every code comes here. This is a main and first file which will get run when we run the application. And then test for writing unit test cases or some other test cases for this Flutter application. We'll see that test later. So that's basically contains whether that particular widget or view should contain particular text or not. That's a test. We don't need this test right now. We'll just leave it as it is. And this git ignore for ignoring files which are all no needed to include inside this git repository. So here we can add whatever files we don't need. Basically this build files also no need. It just is for runtime development. So we can include those files. And metadata is auto generated tools by Flutter tools, and packages is also auto generated to track Flutter packages. And this This IMI file is project file used by Android Studio. This IML first flutter.iml file, and this pubspec.yaml file is to track the packages which we installed by Flutter package manager. And Flutter lock is to this is auto generated file. This in this YAML file we'll have packages, and this log file is auto generated file based on this pubspec.yaml. And this readme is for just description to understand how this project and what is this project. This is the usual file which we have in almost all repository for basic understanding of that project. Okay. Now coming to this main file, main.entry point for application. So whatever code we write, whatever screens we have, this is the entry point. From this file only we have to navigate to another files. Whatever complex logics or files we have, it will start from this point. So first import. First of all, this is a slight complex page since we have counter, states, everything. We'll try to simplify this code for initial purpose. We'll make some modifications in this. Here it's a stateful widget. For now, we'll make this as a stateless widget. And then we'll remove this constructor. And also we'll remove this code which contains state example, and we'll cut this build method, overridden method from here and paste it inside this title, below this title. And we'll remove this entire class, and here this returns on widget. So everything is widget, as we said already. Everything in this is widget. Instead of this widget, we'll replace with this. And we'll remove this complex things. We'll see this later. And we'll remove this button. Okay, inside child, we'll have one column widget. Instead of column, we'll replace with text. Okay. It's asking to add const modifier. We'll add that. First, we'll run this code. This code prints hello world text inside our application. Okay, let's see how this works and how this code prints just hello world in our mobile emulator. First, we'll start from first line. First line is an import. Import is basically like we use in all other languages, frameworks, everything, whatever. It basically imports some widgets, basic widgets from material data. It's again file which contains so many export statements. So we'll use many of the files widgets from this material data. It's a basic widget where it contains many things, app bar. So we use many widgets inside this main code. For example, theme data, and then app bar, text center. So these are the basic widgets that we are using from here. So as example, if you see app bar theme, back button. So many of the widgets available inside this material. For basic widgets, we are using it from material. In case if we need any other widgets other than listed in material dot, we need to import those files as well. So for now we are just using basic widgets which are available inside this material. For that we are importing material, and this is the entry point in this file. So when you can see this run button here, so other than this nothing else will get executed first. So this is the first entry point. Inside that you have one function called run app. So this run app actually it will display that widget whatever we return inside, we passing inside this run app function, it will render that function. If we go inside this run app, it will have some attachment to the root widget, and whatever the widgets we are passing inside this run app, it will display that in our UI. Parameter to be passed inside this run app is basically a widget. So widget in the sense it's another class. This class returns one widget. So constructor, we are passing constructor here. That widget, that class returns one widget, and that widget is passed as a parameter for this run app. This run app basically renders those widgets which are the pass inside this run app function. So if you come to this my app class, this is a class. This extends stateless widget. So it's again widget. So this tells how the stateless widget should be and stateful widget should be. So the stateless widget has some functions and stateful widget have some functions. If you extend the stateless widget, so this my app class also has the same access to that functions which is present inside the stateless widget. First, we are having one constructor where constructor key is nullable, and we are passing that key to the super class. Okay, after that we are overriding on function which is called as build. For that function we have return type. So basically the keyword before the function name is return type. So return type for this function, this overridden function build, is widget. So this function gonna return one widget of this type widget. So inside this function, so for this function we are passing build context. So context is basically the information represented by this widget. So that's a context. Type of that context is build context. Inside that function we are returning again one widget. So this material app is again a widget. So everything, so you for your easy understanding, for the sky blue color keyword is everything is a widget. So you can see this material app is a widget, this one and this theme data is widget, and then my home page is widget. But this my home page that we are user defined widget. If I come inside this, scaffold is another widget, app bar is widget, text center again here text, everything is a widget. This is a inbuilt widget. Material app is inbuilt widget. This have certain parameters like title, theme, primary swatch. Apart from that, we have multiple parameters inside this material app. If you go inside this material app, you will see the list of parameters it have. Key, navigator key, scaffold messenger key. So these keys will come into later. This is one of the important key, but it's optional. We need to add whenever we need it, but now it's optional, so we can ignore. We have home, initial row, the title, color, theme. So we have multiple keywords, keys. So we can use whatever we need. Three important thing is title, theme, and home. This theme, we have to pass one more widget here. For this title, this is a constant title, so we can give directly a particular string here. So if you see inside this app, you can see this Flutter demo homepage. So this Flutter demo will append with here. This is the title for the widget, but we see text we see inside this is Flutter demo homepage. And for theme, we have theme data widget. This is a theme of your application. This is theme for entire page. This is the entry point. This will contain themes and styles throughout the application. So if you define the theme here, it will reflect in all other pages of your application. Here primary swatch color blue. If you change it to yellow and save it without reloading or making any change, you can see the change here. If you save some particular code, and that will reflect here. This is a feature called hot reload. If you have some other button, so this button background color by default it will have as a this primary swatch, this yellow color. And apart from this two important keys, we have one thing called home. So what data it should display inside this home page. So this area is called as home. Inside home, we have to return one more widget. This widget is a user defined widget which we defined my home page. This my home page, for this widget we are passing one more title. Inside this my home page, we are extending again stateless widget. Initially it was stateful, but we removed for our understanding purposes. This is again stateless widget. Here if you see, this is a constant page, we are not going to make any changes, so it's a stateless widget. We no need any state here as well. Here inside this my home page widget as well, we no need any state. For that we are defining this as a stateless widget. Inside this we have one more constructor key, and this required keyword is title. This key is optional nullable, but this title is required, which means without this title you cannot call this my home page. So for that we are giving a required keyword. Without this will fail. And then we are defining one local variable title. Similar thing, we are returning one widget, overriding build method. Inside that build method we are returning scaffold. Scaffold is basically the home page. Home page in the sense what all we are going to have inside this page, it should wrap inside the scaffold. Scaffold have many features like app bar, body, and if you have floating action button, it should contain inside the scaffold. Scaffold have lot of features. So whenever we are moving to new activity, we are basically will use this scaffold. If we are using any internal or sub widget, we can use whatever we want. But if it's a full page application, we need to use scaffold. Inside that scaffold, we have one button, one feature called app bar, one key called app bar. In this app bar, we are printing this title whatever we want. Inside this app bar we have one, this is the app bar. Basically in Android and iOS, this is the app bar. In app bar we have one key called title. Inside the title, for the title we are passing text widget. This text widget will render the text. For this text widget we are passing this dot title. So what is this? This in the sense we are accessing this variable from this inside this class. So this basically denotes this title. So this for this title from where we are initializing is here this dot title. We are initializing it from the page from where we are calling. So example, from my home we are calling this class. Here passing title, this will get assigned to this title, and we are using this dot title in this page. So this is the place from where this Flutter demo homepage is coming from. This is the app bar. And body is the region where below this app bar. If you remove this app bar, there is no app bar will be displayed here. After this app bar, there is a place below this app bar called body. This is the keyword which renders this body part. Inside that we are using center widget. Center widget is basically for aligning whatever content we are giving inside the center, in the center of the application. This is from here to here, this in this region, wherever the center position is, it will render content which we are giving inside this center. In center we have one keyword called child. We should give entire text or whatever we want to give inside this child. Inside this child we are having one more text. This text adds a hello world string here. This hello world is being converted into text and it's passed as a child that is being rendered in center region of this body part. So this hello world is getting rendered in center of this body part. So that's why we see hello world in this center region. Since we are using static text here, we no need for any states to change here. That's why we removed the stateful widget and convert it into stateless widget. Initially, the default code which Flutter provides contains states to store the count number of times we click that button. So that's the reason why it has stateful widget, and here because of the static text we remove that stateful widget and convert it into stateless widget. So initially stateful widgets may be little confusing, so that's the reason why first we saw stateless widget and then we'll gradually move into stateful widgets. So this is the basic understanding of this Flutter, how this Flutter converted into this actual text. So whenever we run this button, this main function will get executed. If you see this main.dot will get executed. Inside that only executable part is void main. This is the entry point. If you come inside this main, this run app function is the only function inside this main. So this run app basically renders a widget whichever we give inside this run app function. So this is basically one widget. This widget gives returns one more widget. That widget contains one material app widget. Inside that we have one key called home. That home again returns one user defined widget called my home page. My home page in turns returns one widget. That widget contains one again scaffold widget. Inside that we have app bar and body tag which contains centers. Again inside that we have text. So this is the flow, this is the hierarchy it follows. This is a basic hello world program, and we saw how it works and how execution takes place in Flutter. In next video we will see a simple architecture to understand how this widget structure works, because so see, if you see this app bar is again my app is widget, and this material app is again widget, theme data is again widget. So how Flutter differentiates user defined widgets and how it knows which widget should render. If you give what happens if you give a material app inside this text as well. So for that we need to understand architectural level how this Flutter works. In next video we'll continue with that architectural architecture which Flutter follows. So thank you. Hello friends. In this video, we are going to see about architectural pattern of this Flutter. Architecture in the sense, it's not about MVVP or MVC architecture. It's just building blocks, basic blocks for which forms a Flutter, like widgets, layouts. So that's the topic which we are going to cover today. So first of all, as I said earlier, widget, it's the entire basic concepts in Flutter. So everything, each and everything is in Flutter is a widget. Our entire app is itself a widget. Inside that widget, everything, even from text view or text, that everything forms a widget. Widget combines with another widget, forms a one widget, and then it again combines with another widget, forms a different widget. So if we start more than one, it should categorize under some layout or layer. In that way, we can categorize widgets into different layers. For example, we'll minimize this for better understanding. Okay, let's take this. So this my app is a one widget. As we already said, my app is a user created widget. This widget forms the basics of Flutter application. For this application, my app widget is a root application. It's user generator. This comes under first level, a user generator, first top level. Inside that my app, we created one material app widget. This is an inbuilt widget. This has some specific properties like home, title, theme, everything. So this widget is one more widget which comes under second level. So root level, we have one user defined widget. Inside that user created widget, one inbuilt widget, that's a material app. That material app has few properties like title, theme, and home. So this forms the second level of widget. Inside that second level of widget, we are having two widgets. So again, this is a property. This doesn't come under widget. This is just a property. So inside that material app second level widget, we have two different widgets. So that's a my home and theme data. So theme data we categorize as a separate widget. This my home is again a user created widget. This comes under third level of widget. So first level is my app, second level is material app, third level is my home page. So this my home page is again one user created widget. Inside that widget, we have scaffold widget, which comes under fourth level. Inside that scaffold widget, we have two different widgets at same level. If you see, we can take app bar as a one widget and center as a one widget. So first level is my app, second level is material app, third level is my home page. Inside that fourth level is scaffold. Inside that fifth level is both app bar and this center. So we can categorize both as a same level. Inside that same level, inside that app bar, we have one more widget which comes on the next level. Inside center, we have one more text which comes on the same level. So basically, this both comes on the same level. This both comes on the same sixth level. So this is the leveling of order in which we can categorize the widgets. Okay, after widgets, here comes gestures. So gestures, it's basically a user, if something user types or something user taps, that comes under gesture. For that, we have special widget called gesture director. Gesture director is basically an invisible widget that can able to capture our user interactions like tapping or dragging or clicking, so whatever it may be. We're gonna see this gestures as a separate concept itself. Just for understanding, we have widget. Inside that, we have one separate widget for gestures. That's a gesture director. We're gonna use that in upcoming tutorials. And next, we're going to see about concept of state. So state, as we already saw, we have two widgets for states. One is stateless and another is stateful. So basic difference between those is, in stateless we don't have any state and we don't need to store any information of that particular screen. But in stateful widget, we have particular state for that widget. It may be one or more than one. We can store some information inside that state and we can use whenever we need inside that particular widget. That's a concept of state. We have two, stateless and stateful. Okay, and then last one is layers. So layers or layout. Layout is an important concept in a Flutter framework. We can categorize layers into multiple levels. So topmost layer will be an Android or iOS platform specific layout which comes natively, and second topmost layer is Flutter's native widget. So that's the second topmost layer. Inside that Flutter's layout, we have multiple layouts like whatever we use. That's for gestures and whatever we use for user interactions. That comes under the Flutter's native layers. So finally, we have foundation for the Flutter's app. So this is the layer. Like first layer is platform specific, then Flutter's native widgets, and then our user interactive widgets, and then foundation. So that's how Flutter architecture works. This is basic overview. We have to cover both all three widgets, layout, gestures as a separate tutorial. So in next section, we are going to see deep about widgets, layout and gestures. Thank you. Hello friends. In last video, we saw about architectural application of the Flutter. In this video, we are going to introduce more about widget. So as we saw already many times, in Flutter, everything is widget. So each and every UI component is made up of widget, or entire application itself a widget. So to categorize those widgets, since we are telling this home page as a widget and this scaffold as a widget, app bar as a widget, again whatever we are using, like this my app is again widget, material app is a widget, inside that our user defined home page is a widget. To categorize this, we need some classification. So basically, in first few videos, we saw about levels of classification. Like this material app comes under first level, inside that home page comes under next level, inside that text comes under bottom level. That's a level that we categorize, that we visualize. But what is the actual classification for widgets? There are 4 different classifications. First one is platform specific classifications. For just namesake, I am writing here. Platform specific widget. So what is platform specific widget? So what they are telling as a platform here. So platform, in the sense here they are mentioning is as a Android and iOS. So Android is one platform and iOS is another platform. Since it supports both Android and iOS, we have some widgets that is specific to that particular platform. Say you have Android mobile, there will be some features that that doesn't present inside iOS. There will be some features that present in iOS but not in Android. So for that particular feature, you need particular widgets that won't work in iOS. So say example, you have one widget that will work in Android but that won't work in iOS. To support that feature, we need alternative in that particular platform. So those widgets comes under this platform specific widget. If you take Android, Android specific widgets are designed according to the material design guidelines designed by the Android OS. So those widgets are called as material widgets. So platform specific. First one is material widgets that is designed accordance with that material design guidelines designed by Android OS. If you take iOS, iOS specific widgets are designed accordance with the human interface guidelines by Apple. So they have certain guidelines which is called as human interface guidelines, and those widgets comes under those iOS specific widgets are called as cappuccino widgets. So this is a broad classification inside this platform specific. So iOS and Android, the names are called as human interface guidelines, material design guidelines. It's called as material widgets and cappuccino widgets. So we have widgets called as scaffold widgets, app bar, bottom navigation bar, tab view bar. Like that, we have specific widgets which comes under material guidelines, which is for Android. And similarly for iOS, we have cappuccino button. So most of the widgets comes along with the cappuccino keyword. So cappuccino button, cappuccino picker, cappuccino date picker, tab bar, tab view, everything with the prefix of cappuccino. So that is what the iOS design cappuccino widgets are called as. So this is the first classification. Next, if we come, we have layout specific widgets. So what is layout widget? So even though we have text widget, we need something to show the text widget. That basically the layout. If you see this mobile, you have one text. To show this text, we need some layout. So this layout is basically the parent of this inside the widgets. So that layout is invisible, but we can add some properties like background color, background image, something like that. So that layout is basically an invisible component that we can design according to our wish. So four basic classifications of the layout widgets are container, center, row, column, stack. So basically five. We have container. Container is for designing decorations, a rectangular box, just rectangular box. And one more thing which we use is center. So this center is another a layout widget. It's a widget, but it comes under layout classification. So since we cannot see the center text, but if you see this text, we can visualize this. So we can see this hello world text, and same as this title text. We can see this title text, and app bar. It's visual. We can visualize this app bar widget. Similarly, we can see this text here as well, but the center we cannot see. If you ask some person to mention the widgets that we are using, he may mention there is one app bar, there is one text view, there is another one text view, but mostly they won't notice the center. So that's the layout widget. So center, it's a layout widget. Similarly, we have row and column widgets. Row is to arrange the children's of this row widget in horizontal manner, and column is for vertical manner. So that's one widget. So if you place a row instead of here, if you add multiple children, so basically it will have children. So in that children, you can have multiple widgets, list of widgets. So it will arrange, if it's a row widget, it will arrange children in horizontal direction. If it is a column, it will arrange in vertical direction. And the last one is stack. Stack basically arrange one above another. So that's a classification inside this layout. If you see as a platform specific, it's Android and iOS. Android and iOS. In layout widget, it has five classifications: container, center, row column, center, row, column, and then stack. We can classify this layout widgets as five different. And then third classification is state specific widget or state maintenance widget. Maintenance widget. This one we already saw, like a stateful widget and stateless widget. We already saw an example for stateless widget. We haven't seen an example for stateful widget. So if that widget, so again we saw that this my home page is entirely is a widget. This extends stateless widget, and it has properties which stateful or stateless widgets have. and then it has one method called build method, and this is only method which is present inside this state. So whichever method having build method, it will return a widget. If you see this keyword, it's returning a widget type. So this is basically a widget, but this widget comes under stateful or stateless widget. So that's the classification for this widget. And we already know stateful widget have some state in that, and stateless widget doesn't have any state for that particular screen. Okay, finally, in state management, either state or stateless, stateful or stateless. And finally, platform independent widget. So what is platform independent? So first one we saw is platform specific. That's contrary to it. Platform independent means there is no dependency in platforms. Either Android or iOS, we are going to use the same widget. For example, text. Even if it's an Android, it will work. If it's an iOS, it will work. So whatever the platform is, it will convert this particular widget into its native. For example, we don't. If you take bottom navigation bar, it will work in Android. But for iOS, we need additional code. So that's a platform specific. But if you take platform independent, we can have this text as an example. This doesn't need any configurations specifically for particular platform. This widgets comes under platform independent. We have lots and lots of platform independent widgets. This is also called as basic widget, because this is a basics of all other widgets. So we can use it wherever we want, irrespective of the platform. We have multiple widgets like images, icons. Those are the platform independent widgets, so we can use it in any platform. So this is a broad classification of widgets. Since we have multiple widgets using inside our application, we should have some sort of classification for those widgets. These are the four different classifications. We can classify it in multiple ways, but this is one of the classification that we can use. Platform specific, layout specific, state maintenance widget, and platform independent widget. Most of the time we are going to use this platform independent widgets for the basic UI rendering, like hello world text or button something, and this layout widgets is for placing this platforms independent or platform specific widgets we are going to place inside this layout widget. And state maintenance widget is the entire class that we are going to return whenever we need some widgets. So this is a basic classification. In next video we will see about layout in detail. Thank you. Hello friends, in last video we spoke about widgets and its classification. In this video we'll give basic introduction about layouts and gestures. So why we are seeing this about these three widgets, layout and gesture, is these are the building blocks of Flutter. So everything we can classify under these three topics: widgets, layouts and gestures. Mainly UI, not about data handling and business logics. Only with respect to UI we can classify entire Flutter into these three major topics. So that's why we are giving theoretical concepts. Even though we didn't see any examples for those containers, layouts, layout, center row example, we'll see while we start developing code-wise examples. So first we'll see about layouts. Layout we can classify into two distinct categories. That is widget supporting single child and then widget supporting multiple child. We saw this layout has 5 different types: container, center, row, column, stack. Apart from this, two categories of this layout widgets is widget supporting single child and supporting multiple child. So what is single child and multiple child? In this example center, we saw there is only one key called child and we have only one widget inside the child. So this is the widget supporting single child. But in case if we take example row or column, we can have multiple widgets inside those widget. If you take example row, it doesn't have child key, instead it has children key. So what is children and child? Child is basically only one widget, but children will support multiple widget, more than one widget. For that we should give inside this array children colon here. Okay, this children takes multiple widget. So we can give n number of widgets here. I'll just copy paste same widget over and over. If we remove this content and run that code, we can see this hello world is been getting printed 4 times in a row order manner. If we give it as a column, it will print from top to bottom. It's performing hot reload and it will come from top to bottom 4 times. Hello world text is getting printed. But then if you remove the center, it won't be center. You can have this center, this column widget inside that center. You can have without the center. That center is optional. If we need, we can use, or else we can remove that center. So this is the layout widget which supporting multiple child, and the center widget which we saw earlier, that's a widget which supporting a single child. We have lots of widgets which support only single child, like container, box decoration, padding, center, which we already saw. And there are multiple widgets which support multiple child, like row, column, and the list view is one of the important one. List view, we can list multiple views inside that particular list view of same type or different type. And then grid view, expander, table, flow, stack, those are the layouts which support multiple children. And next, if we come to gestures, gestures is basically for user interaction. If user touch or touch-based incidents, touch-based actions, or comes under gestures. It can be physical action or movement in user, or like gaming controls, so whatever maybe. We can classify those as a tap, double tap, drag. So tap is basically just a click, and double tap is double times clicking double times. And drag is maybe dragging somewhere else, and flinch, pink, zoom or spread. So those are comes under gesture widgets. For that we have multiple functions. So for example, tap, we can have on tap down, on tap up, on tap cancel. We can have 4 events for this tap. So if you are clicking this button, hello world text, when you start clicking that, it'll have one action. And once that tap is done, we have one function. And if you cancel the tap, like if you started but you cancel that one, you have one callback function. So we have multiple callbacks for each and every function, for even for tap, double tap, long press, vertical drag, and horizontal drag. We can classify into multiple categories, and each category have its own corresponding callback functions for that particular method. So we just saw theoretical concepts of those. In upcoming videos, we'll see in each and every topics with a suitable example supporting those functions, and how to call that function, how to use these functions. So we can wrap with the theoretical concepts of Flutter, and from next video we'll start with an actual practical implementation, how this Flutter works and how to start with the Flutter coding. Thank you. Hello friends. So until last video, we saw theoretical concepts to get started with Flutter. So from this video, we'll start with the coding implementation of the Flutter version. So first of all, we'll take with the default code when we create a new project. So this is the default code, but we skipped for initial understanding. So I'll back with the previous initial default code that Flutter provided for us. If you run this code, it will basically show an application screen with a floating action button with a text counter in it. Whenever we click that counter button, the counter text in the center will start incrementing its value. Basically, we are having one local variable. We are assigning that variable to state. Whenever we are clicking that floating action button, that state value will get updated. Updated state value will get reflected in the text which we are showing. So that is the basic flow. We'll try to explore since we haven't seen any code yet. So basically remaining things will remain same, like import, void, main, run app, everything will remain same. But then here comes the new class called my home page, which extends stateful widget. So until now we saw how stateless widget will be. There's nothing in stateless widget. We are extending stateless widget, and we'll have we will return one build method which returns a widget. That is what until we see now. But now here stateful widget, it should create one state for that particular screen. So whatever widgets we are placing inside this my home page, it may either be complete entire screen or maybe the part of screen. Whatever may be, we should create one state for that particular widget. So here we are creating, instead of directly overriding build method like what we do in previous stateless widget, here what we have to do is we have to create one state. We have to create state for that. Creating state, and it should be of type state. This state should be of type something else. We can create one more class here. So this my home page, this is a type state of type my home page, and we are creating one state. That state is returning one constructor, one class that's called my home page state. So this is the class. Again, it creates one more class, returns a state variable of that particular class type. Okay, if we come into this class, we are extending from state my home page. This is not stateful widget. This is the stateful widget. Inside that class, we are having one more overridden method, create state, that returns state of type that same class. Inside that, we are calling this constructor. Once you come inside this, we are extending state of that particular class, my home page. It extends state of that particular class which we are from where we are coming. Inside that, for now, just ignore this counter value and ignore everything. We are having similar build method which returns a widget which takes context as a parameter. Inside that same, we are returning one scaffold widget. We'll see the scaffold widget in later part of video or in next video. Inside the scaffold widget, we have one property called app bar. We are having one widget called app bar. Inside that, we are having some title and then body, center tag, child, column, everything we have inside that main axis. Main axis alignment is for column, which we'll see later. We'll come into core logic of that state implementation. Okay. For now, just ignore this text and everything. We'll come into floating action button first. So what is floating action button? So floating action button is the button which is placed at bottom of the screen that do not overlap with the underlying content. As the name suggests, it's floating above the screen. Above the screen, by default, it's placed at the bottom of the screen, bottom right corner of the screen. So this floating action button is a part of scaffold widget, which we are going to see in upcoming videos. The scaffold widgets have one property apart from this app bar and body. We have one property called floating action button. That floating action button, we can use that same floating action button widget, and we can have whatever we need inside. Inside that, we have three properties: child, tooltip, and on press button, on press function. So child is basically what should contain inside that floating action button. Floating action button generally round in shape, and we can add whatever we want, either text or image or icon, whatever we need, we can add. We should give inside this child property. Child property contains one icon. Inside that, we are adding one icon. So this is icon widget. Inside that, we are giving one icon class and using that icon property. So this icon is class. Inside that, we have multiple icons. Whatever icons we need, some basic icons are added as a part of this Flutter library. One icon is this add icon. This add returns a plus icon. That icon constant, that variable is passed into this icons widgets. So that icon widget basically convert that string class method into a basic icon. So this is icon. Inside that, we have multiple lot of icons. This icon class has lots of icon. If you go to this icon widget, it contains this dot icon, key size, color, semantic label, text direction. So these are the properties that we can give for particular icon. For example, for icon, not only give icon to that, we can add size for that and color for that. By default, it will take a black color. If you need icon in any specific color, you can change the color of that icon to the desired color which we need. See here, by default color of the icon which we added is white, and the floating action button color is blue, which is coming from this this primary swatch blue color. So that's where we are getting this blue color. This blue color is coming from this theme. So everywhere it will reflect the same blue color. Okay, once this floating action button is done, we have tooltip increment. Just to tell this button is increment button. Just we usually don't see that increment text, and we have one more function called on press. One more keyword called on press. We have to pass function or callback to this on pressed method, on pressed keyword. We have one function called increment counter. When you click this function, it will go to that function declaration. So here we are declaring one function called increment counter. It returns nothing, so we are having void and it takes no parameters, so we are leaving this parenthesis empty. Inside, if you open this curly braces, we have one function called set state. If you hover this set state, this state is actually for changing the state. Notify the framework that the internal state of this object has changed. So whenever the state object getting changed, we have to pass this function to whenever we need some data of the particular screen to be changed, we have to pass inside the state value. Set state, we have to change that variable to that new variable so that existing state will get updated immediately. So here what we are doing is, here we are incrementing counter. So we have one local variable called counter. By default it's assigned to 0. Here this value is 0, and inside this text, if you see this column, this text is coming from this. Here you have pushed this button this many times, colon, and again in one more text. So this, as we saw, this column layout can have multiple children. So one of the children is text and one more children is another text. Here, since the text is constant, we are having this const keyword, but this text is variable, so we don't have any const keyword. Inside this text, we are having one variable called counter. This variable is basically the local variable which we declared here, this counter. Since we are we are printing that value, we are using this dollar inside the single quotes. That value we are printing, and this text has few more properties called style. We can have whatever style we want. A basic default style is this style and text sizes, the text which we are seeing here. If we need to change the color or text size, we have to give additional properties like style, and we have few more properties we'll see later. For this style, we are giving theme of context dot text theme dot headline 4. Just for now, bear with this. We are having some more style, so that text size is little bit bigger than the text we have in first line. Okay, we are just printing that counter. Initial value of that counter is 0. We are displaying the counter value so that it's displayed 0. So whenever we click this button, this on press will get called, increment counter will get called. In this increment counter, we have one function called set state. Inside that set state, we are incrementing counter. So incrementing counter value. So this basically this set state. So if you just increment this counter without calling this set state, there won't be anything happening, because what the set state function will do is, it will notify the Flutter application that there is a change in internal state. So I have to, if anything is changes, you have to re-render the component wherever needed. So this counter, assuming that this counter is a state variable, since we are incrementing inside the set state function, it assumes that this is a state variable. We have to re-render if there is any change. So counter initial value is 0. Whenever we call this function, counter will get incremented to 1. So this state, since we are using inside this set state, this assumes this is a state variable and we are using somewhere else, so that whenever there is a change in this counter value, since it's a state value, the place wherever we are using will get re-render. So this text basically get render once again. Now this counter value is 1, so it will get reflected here. So see, if you press this button, this value get updated to 1. See here, this increment counter will get called, and then set state. Inside the set state, we are incrementing counter. Since it's a counter is a state variable, wherever we are using that state variable will get updated. So this text getting updated to 1. If you press again, it will get updated to 2, then 3, then 4. So how much our time we are pressing, it will get incremented accordingly. So this is the basic state concept. Initially, we are extending with a stateful widget, and then we are creating one state which returns a state of same type. and inside the new class we are having same scaffold function. We are returning on build method. Inside that scaffold widget, inside that we need whatever logic we need to have, we can have. And we need to have one local variable, and if we need to change that variable and it should reflect, we should add inside the set state. Since we are incrementing this value, we are giving counter. If we are to assign the something else, we can give here equal to some value, so that it will get updated accordingly. Okay, we'll leave it as it's. This is the basic implementation which Flutter gives. This explanation for that. With this, we are little bit familiar with the stateful concepts and stateless concepts. That nothing in stateless, we can do whatever we want without having any dependency on the state variables or state changes. In stateful widget, we have state variables. It shouldn't be only one variable. We can have a number of variables or keywords. It shouldn't be a number. It can be string. It can be whatever we need. We can it can be object. We can update that object. So whatever we need, we can put it inside the state variables, and we can update wherever we need it. So this is a basic stateless and stateful concepts. So why we are seeing the stateful concepts before starting another widgets is maybe some of the widgets which we are going to use in future may contain stateful variables and stateful concepts is needed to understand that. So that is the reason why we are introducing stateful concepts before starting another widgets. So in the next video, we'll start with the scaffold. So basically this widget, we are using the scaffold widgets to start with the basic implementation of the widget screen. So we'll see what are the methods other than this app bar body floating action button we have, and we'll go deep into that each and every widget we have inside the scaffold. Thank you. Hello friends. In last video we saw about a default implementation, that's a counter example which Flutter provides. In this video we'll start with the scaffold in detail, explaining the widgets inside scaffold in detail. So we'll remove these comments and we'll start with the scaffold. So remaining things being constant, we'll try to explore the widgets which are present inside the scaffold. Basically, with the default implementation, we can see three keywords present inside the scaffold corresponding widgets as well. So for app bar, we have app bar widget. For body, we have one widget called center. For floating action button, we have floating action button. So if you see inside the scaffold class, we can see multiple we can see one constructor which contains multiple keys. This takes app bar. So this is the app bar which we are defining here, app bar, and then body, floating action button location, and few more things, drawer, bottom sheet, background color. These are the properties which scaffold holds. We'll see important properties of the scaffold and explanation for those widgets. So first of all, as we see, app bar is the first key that scaffold provides. App bar is the topmost component of the apps. Maybe sometimes bottommost, but usually it will be placed at the top of the component. As all the components of Flutter application is a widget or combination of widget, so app bar is also a built-in class or widget in Flutter which gives the functionality of the app bar out of the box. So app bar is based on the material design. So basically we saw it's a contain material design or cappuccino design. It's a basically a material design, and most of the information is provided by default. Like title is the title of this app bar. So this is basically the app bar, and it takes default primary swatch theme which is blue in color, and since we give title, this takes the title from that constructor from where we are pausing. If we remove this app bar, there won't be anything at the top of the screen, just a body text will be present. So I'm removing this app bar and trying to refresh the page. You can see that there will be no app bar present at top of the screen. You can see that top bar is getting removed, and this color of this information bar will also get removed. So I'll put back this app bar, And as a first parameter, we see title is printed. This is a default one. Apart from this, we have few more important properties like actions, background color, elevation, shape. These are the other important properties to be considered while creating app bar. So apart from this title, we can have stylings, even stylings for this title as well. We can give title spacing, center. If we give center title as true, that will be displayed in the center of the screen. True. You can see that title is going to center of the screen. We can also control the height of the toolbar since it's already available. Toolbar height. As example, I'm giving it as a 50. So there is no much difference. I'll increment it to 100. You can see the change. It will reflect. So 50 is basically here. So 100 is a double of the size. So 100, we can control the height. In some applications we need height to be as per our convenience. So we can control height by using this toolbar height, and also we can control the shape of the toolbar. So in Android or iOS, if you see to change this toolbar, you have to extend that function, and you have a lot of stuff. Since it's everything is available readily in Flutter, we can do whatever we want. To change the shape of the toolbar, we can give just shape, and there are many readily available widgets for this shapes. Rounder rectangle border. Inside this, we need to give border radius. So rounder rectangle since is a rectangle, border will be as per our radius we are giving. So this border radius is border radius dot. It can be either 0 or circular or horizontal. We need circular border. We can give radius as 360 so that it will be complete circle. We can see this as a complete circle. It's a rectangular app bar with a complete 360-degree circle. This way we can control the shape of the app bar. And there is a property called elevation, which is like floating action button is floating above the screen like this. We can make app bar as well. And then background color. Since if we need something something other than primary swatch color, we can change this background color. For this background color, we have colors. In this colors class, like icons, we have constant colors for this one. So example, you are giving yellow color. Background color of the app bar will get changed to yellow color. And one another important property for this app bar is actions. So what is action? So you in some other applications you may see that there is on 3 dots icon here present, or search bar present inside this tool app bar. When you click this, some action will happen. So that is the action that we are providing. So we can have multiple action items inside this app bar, and acting accordingly. Whenever we click this icon or button, particular action will get triggered. We'll remove the center title so that we'll see that action items clearly. Like title, we can give action. Action is basically a list. We can have multiple items inside this action, multiple widgets inside this we have one widget called item button. So instead of just item, we have item button. So that button is clickable. We have two default properties for this item button. One is on press. So what should happen when I click this icon, and what should be inside that icon as well. For this icon, maybe first I am giving icon inside this icon widget, icons dot comment. For this on press, for now I am just leaving blank so that nothing will happen when I click this icon button. Okay, this is one icon button, one action I am giving. Similarly, I am copying this and add one more thing. And this may be settings. I'm refreshing it so that we can see two action item getting added in this toolbar. So one is comment and one is settings. So we can move user to navigate to settings page when user click this icon, and we can add that part of code in this inside this curly braces. Same for comments. So whenever we click this comment, it should redirect to corresponding page. That code should be part of this inside this curly braces. Okay. One more property called elevation. Leading. So leading is basically, as per our understanding, leading is a friend and trailing is back. So here what it means is leading is before this text and trailing is after this text. So we have one property called leading that we can add here. So what if any icons or anything should present before the toolbar text. So we are adding here leading. Same icon button we can give it here, icon button, icon widget, icons dot menu. There is one icon called menu, and similarly we are giving on press callback. If you save this code once again, we can see here one icon is getting added, menu icon. Basically, we'll add this menu icon here when we have drawer, which we are going to see in very soon. We can add if in case you're having back button, you're in a different screen and you have to come back. Instead of using this default back button, if you have custom implementation, we can add back button here, and when user presses that back button, will basically navigate to previous screen from where user come to the screen. After this app bar, next one we are going to see is body. Body is basically what we did already. We can have whatever widget we need inside this body. We are not going to see much details about this body because anyway we are going to work throughout the session with this body tag. So whatever we need to implement inside this entire region, we should give inside this body. So that's what basically body is. We already have some code inside the center column text. We'll see how the center column everything works in upcoming session. So second one is body. We are not going to see in detail about this body, as we in future we'll work with this body only. And third one is floating action button. So as we saw already, floating action button is a button which is placed at the bottom of the screen. Floating action button by default it will have a rounded structure shape, and that is in fixed place. Even though content is scrollable here, this floating action button won't scroll and it be fixed in the bottom of the screen. So we already see about this floating action button. We can give one child for that icon. We can add whatever icon we need. And then on pressed, there is one property called on press. So whenever we click that button, some action should be get triggered. We can give any function here as well, or we can implement that function in like what default code does. We can have one function declaration here and calling that function from here without passing any params or with passing any params. And next thing we are going to see is a drawer button. So drawer, it's basically left nav or left navigation drawer, which opens when we click this menu icon. There will be one small component opens from here. It's not entire screen, but a half of the screen over the background screen. So that's what we call it as a drawer menu or navigation bar, left navigation bar. We're going to see how to implement that navigation bar, like how we are using floating action button. We can have one more variable called drawer. Inside this, we need to pass drawer widget. First parameter is child. So what should be present inside the drawer? Here we are using one widget called list view. Inside this list view, basically we can have multiple widgets, and we can give how that list item should present inside this list view. Inside this list view, we have one key called padding. We can give padding for that entire list view. For this padding, we have constant called edge inserts to initialize how this padding should be. And we have one key called children. We can have multiple widgets inside this list view. Since the drawer menu should contains multiple list and elements, which contains link for other pages. When we click that particular navigation drawer item, it redirect to some other page or give some other action. So for that, we should have multiple children inside that widgets. So first thing we'll have is drawer header. So drawer header is basically header for the drawer. Basically, it contains one icon, the tab icon and the text, or if you have any account like thing, you will have your profile picture. Under that, your name will be present. So that path will come under drawer header. So drawer header. Inside this, we have few properties. First, we can decorate thing. That's a decoration properties available. Box decoration. Box decoration is again another widget. We have lots and lots of widgets to design this Flutter UI. Color. Colors dot. As example, blue. And then it should contain child. That's a necessary property. Inside this child will have one text header. We can have style property for this text as well. Like we can give here style. Style. One more widget called textile. Inside this textile widget, we have lots of styles available. You can give color for this text. You can adjust the font size. Okay, for now this is enough. And once we are done with this drawer header, we need to have drawer body. The drawer body is basically our own implementation. And there is one widget called list tile. Inside this list view, we can use this list tile to display each and every list item. So first list item is drawer header, and second list item is list tile. Inside this, like app bar, we have leading, so that tile will have some leading icons. Icons dot message. Along with this leading, I will give one more property called title for that list tile. So basically, list tile will have two important properties. One is leading and another one is title. Inside this title, we'll give one text message. I'm copying the same list tile and pasting it two more time with a different message, different text and different icon. So one is account circle. And another one is settings. I'll save this code and reload it again. If you drag from here, you can see one window is opening and you have one header called draw header, and the color of the text is white, and then font size is little bit bigger than the font size of this message. And we can see font color white and header is displayed, and we can display whatever we need. Inside this child, we can have one more widget called board, center, tag, padding, row, column. So whatever we need, we can design here. We can also place image or icon, so whatever we need, we can place it inside here. And list tile is basically one tile having one leading, which is icon, and one title, which is a text. We are displaying it here. So this is the drawer. We can also add on click property here, on tap property here. So whenever user clicks this drawable icon, we can take user to or navigate to some other screen. So that's what this navigation drawer will usually do. Even if we click this hamburger icon, it will open, but since we added this as part of app bar, it's not opening. If you remove this app bar icon, since drawer will by default it will add some icon here, we can remove this leading here, and we'll refresh it once again. So this hamburger icon is part of drawer menu, which is we didn't add it manually. It's placed by default because of we are adding drawer here. So when you click this icon, left panel will open, and we can do whatever we want. Okay, we are done for this video. We'll see few other scaffold widgets in upcoming videos. Thank you. Hello friends. We'll continue with the remaining widgets that's available inside the scaffold. Next one, the widget which we are going to see is bottom navigation bar. Bottom navigation bar is usually present at bottommost of the screen, bottommost of the body screen. So we'll have one small app bar like bottom bar, from which we can navigate to different screens. If you see a Checkbox as example, we have multiple tabs here. If we click that particular tab, it will move to particular fragment or particular screen. From there, we'll navigate to desired location. So that's what bottom navigation bar is. We'll implement that bottom navigation bar with this scaffold widget. Okay, we'll close this, and below this drawer, we'll add one more property called bottom navigation bar. Bottom navigation bar. Inside this bottom navigation bar, same like drawer, we need to give items. Items is a list of widgets which should be present inside this bottom navigation bar. For that, we have bottom navigation bar item, so that each and individual item should be present inside this bottom navigation bar. This bottom navigation bar have two properties: icon, title, and we can give background color as well. Icon. So we can give whatever icon we need. Icon. Icons.home. Then title. Text home. And then we can give background color as well. So the title is deprecated, so we'll give the label instead. And this is a string constant. Instead of text, we can directly give the string constant. Okay, we'll copy this bottom nav bar and we'll paste it for 3 times. Usually, it should contain at least 2 items, and default good practice is maximum file element. If you're having more than 5 elements, maybe you should prefer something else. At max 5 element will be good look in this bottom navigation bar, and at most 2 elements should be present there. If you have less than 2 items, it will throw you an error. Okay, and we'll change the color to yellow. We'll save to see how it looks. So there is one bottom navigation bar. This yellow color is not present currently. We have to change those icons. And if you see, we can click on those, but transition won't happen. This button will get selected, but we won't see any color change. We have to set that value in state to reflect here. We should give some more properties for this. It would be we should give current index first. So current index is basically which index is selected by default. We can have one local variable here inside this below this counter. Usually we'll prefer to add underscore before the state variable. Since it's a state variable, we can add an underscore here, same like as counter. So here we can pass that value as a current index. Selected item. Selected item is by default, selected item will be first element. And then we should create one function called on tap. So whenever we are clicking any button, we should give one callback. Same like as a counter example, which we used in floating action button. We'll create one function on item tap. We have to implement this function like increment counter function. Void on tap on item tap. In the counter example, we no need to pass any variables, but in this on tap item, we have to pass one variable which value is getting selected. So we'll update that selected item to the current index which we are passing. Okay, we'll save this. If you see, the color is getting changed. So whichever icon we are clicking, the color blue color is shifting to that icon. So how it works? Whenever you press any button, this on tap will get called, on item tap will get called in turn. It will go into this on tap item. So index is basically coming from this function itself. We no need to pass any parameter to this function. By default, we'll take this index as a parameters of this function. So it will pass the index which we are selecting. So example, if we are selecting this one, it will be 0, and if we are selecting this one, it will be 1, and this is 2. So if you are clicking this button, index will be passed as 1. So the selected item will be 1, and then since we are using the selected item as a current index, so current index will get updated. So based on this current index value, this color will get changed accordingly. If you need to change the selected item color, I will give one more extra property. Selected item color. Inside that we can give whatever color we need. Colors dot example it's again yellow. So we can see this yellow color getting changed here. You can also give color for unselected item. So unselected item we can give unselected item color as colors dot example green. The remaining two items will be on green color. So whenever we select the particular item, it will be in yellow. Remaining two items will be in green. Similarly, we have some more properties like selected font size, selected icon theme, selected label style. We can change whatever we need. Show unlabeled, show unselected. If you give show selected item to true, for example false, it won't show the label for the selected item. So example for search, it won't show. If you select home, for home it won't show, and the remaining two label will be shown. These are the few important widgets of the scaffold. So one is app bar and floating action button, drawer, and then bottom navigation bar. These are the most important properties. Apart from this, we have multiple properties which can be used whenever we need it, but these are the most important properties. So apart from that, we have something called background color. We can set background color whatever we need. It will change the entire color of the body screen. Example, I am giving blue. Save it. You can see this entire body screen getting color getting changed, but it won't affect bottom navigation bar and app bar. So this, except this bottom navigation bar and app bar, it forms the body screen. Apart from this, we have one property called the persistent footer buttons. So persistent footer buttons is basically for adding some buttons at the bottom of the screen in fixed manner. We'll remove this background color as well. Say example, you are having maps application, you need some zoom button and zoom out button to be present always there, or maybe plus or minus icon or to be present at bottom of the screen. That won't be fixed. Even the content is scrollable, or we can zoom out or zoom in. That button should not be fixed. Button should not be changed. In that case, we can use this persistent footer button, so that this button, as you see, is a set of buttons that are displayed at the bottom of the scaffold. So bottom of the scaffold is primarily means above the above the button navigation bar. This is a list of text button widgets. These buttons are primarily persistently visible, so that even the content scrolls, the button won't get changed. This button, this widget will be wrapped in a overflow bar. So as a floating action button, it will be fixed at a part of the screen. So even the content is scrollable. We can't change the position. So inside this we can give whatever button we need, since we haven't explored any button, so we are just ignoring this part. So since you can add whatever button you need, as example elevator button, or whatever button you can use it here. Since we are yet to see the buttons examples, so we can skip this part for now. And then instead of showing this drawer left side, we can show it in right side as well. For that, we should give us a n drawer. Instead of drawer, we should give us a n drawer, so that it will display to the right side of the screen, and we have to swipe it from right side to getting displayed. We can also change this floating action button location by giving floating action button location. That's one more property we have, floating action button location. So we can give whatever location we need. For example, floating action button location dot in float, in docked, center float. Example, if you're giving center float, you can see it here in center of the screen. Functionality will be remain same, but the position alone we can change using this floating action button location. Apart from this basic keys properties, we have few more that's not much important. If in case we are required to use those properties or widgets, we can use it in future. So these are the basic important features, so we'll use it most of the time, and that is given as a part of scaffold, so that we can use it whenever we need. For example, you are moving to new screen and you need this floating action button app bar again, you can extend it from scaffold, or else you can directly ignore this bottom navigation bar or whichever you need. So this is the basic widgets that are present inside the scaffold. In next video, we'll start with a new topic. Hello friends, in this video we are going to see about text widget. So in Flutter, how can we display some text to the user? As we already saw, we displayed one text to the user. It's a counter text. We are displaying one text view for just static content, and one more text view for displaying the count of that button pressed. So in this video, we're going to deeply go into the text views and what are the styles and features available inside this text view. Basically, this text is again another one widget which Flutter provides, which allows us to display some string or line or words to the application UI. By default, we can have text without any styles. If we remove the styles, we have text as a normal string with the default stylings. So you will have the text as similar to this. You have pushed this button, this text view. By default, we can see the text is same as this text view. So there's no stylings, default color and default size, and every properties will be by default. If we go into this constructor of this text, you can see what are the properties available for this text. If you see this, we have string.this.data. This is a string, and apart from that, we have style, text alignment, text direction, locale, overflow, text scale factor, max limit, max lines, semantic labels. These are the additional features available, and we have one assert that data shouldn't be null. That means we shouldn't give any null string or null character. So if we give, we'll get an error called a non-null string must be provided to the text widget. If you try to print the screen text which is empty, it will throw some error. We'll try here. If you try to just print this text view, it will show an error. It will directly throw an error. It should contain null value is cannot be assigned. So we should pass some text to it. Apart from that, remaining attributes or everything is completely optional. First, we'll see about a text align. We have one property called text align. The text align property is to align the text wherever we want. Apart from that, we have font style, font size. So example, font size. This should be given inside the style attribute. Style. We have one widget called text style. Inside this text style, we have lots and lots of properties. One of those properties is font size, font weight, font style, font family, fallback, font features, foreground, overflow. Mostly we use font size, maybe say 35, and then font weight. For most of the strings, we have string constants or class variables. We can directly use either bold, italic, or specific font weight. Font weight. Italic is a style actually. We can give that 100 to 100, being 900 is a maximum. We can give whatever weight we want. And then font style. Font style italic. And we can also give letter spacing, word spacing, background color of the text. So whatever we need, we can give it. If you save this text, you can see the difference. Font weight is 35. Maybe we'll reduce it to 25. Okay, we can see the changes. And font weight is very light. We can change it to 900 or 800. Okay, you can see that text is getting darker and darker. This is a basic text view, and moreover we have still lots of features. So these are the basic. When you need to add to style to this text, you have to add this text style widget, and we can have n number of properties inside this text style. Say example, color of the text, background color for the text, font size, font weight, font style, letter spacing, word spacing, height, foreground, background, shadows, font features. These are the available features that we can give inside this font text. So this is a basic text. Apart from this, to support high level text, we have a Flutter rich text. So as the name suggests, rich features are available in this text. Sometimes, example, we need to display one text, but that text contains two different colors. For that, we no need to add two different text views and add colors for that. So we can do it in a single text. Or example, say example, you need in this text you need only have to be present in bold, and remaining everything should be in normal text. In that case, again, we no need to add three text views for one text view, and have one text and remaining else in one text. So we need no need to do it like that. So we can have it in a single text and have span feature inside the text. So that can be achieved using this rich text Flutter rich text widget. Basically, it renders text view as a rich text as a span of trees. In the text span tree, what we'll have is one parent. To that parent, we'll have multiple children. Basically, in this case, say example, if you want this have to be present bold and remaining else to be normal, we have to give it in a tree, a text rich tree. In that, you will be one children, have will be one children, and remaining string will be entirely will be a one children. So we can give color to whichever children we need. The usual example we see is maybe in login screen or sign up screen. In the bottom, you can see don't have account sign up. That's text. In that text, that sign up link alone will be in blue color, and that can be clicked. We can will try to implement that same string. For this, instead of text, I'm using rich text. Instead of this text, I'm using rich text. In this rich text, first parameter I have to give is the whole text. That's a parent text. For now, we'll remove this structure. Inside this rich text, text parameters compulsory, and we'll remove this const keyword. Inside this rich text, first parameter we need to give is text. Inside the text, since we are using span, we need to give text span. Inside the text span, we have to give root text. Don't have an account. This is the parent text, and for this we can have styles. This is a global style. This will apply for the entire text style. Here as well we can give the same text style. So example, I am giving colors dot black and font size to 20. And we are adding one children here, the children being another text. As the name suggests, children may have multiple text. Inside that we will have one more text span. Inside the text span, one more text here. Sign up and style for the text. Style. Okay, I will save this text. You can see here, this being a single text view, we can have two different text, and we can also add a click listener for this text. And this last part of this text should be clickable. To implement that, we can have text recognizer tag gesture for this text view as well. Inside, after once the style for this text is getting completed, after that we'll have one more property called recognizer. That should come inside this bracket itself, inside this text view. Recognizer. This is what the tab recognizer is called as. So we already saw in the gestures section, we have tab recognizer. Whenever there is a click or tap to this particular field, wherever we are using, this callback is getting called. We can do whatever we want. In the tab recognizer, we are just identifying for, we are looking for just tab on tab. We are having multiple functions inside this tab gesture recognizer. Among that, we are using only this on tab. So whatever we need, we can do inside this function. Now, if we add some navigator function inside this, we can redirect to sign up page whenever we are clicking this sign up button. Maybe sometime user needs, development needs to add icon to that particular text view. So for that, we no need to add any icon tag or image tag to that. We have one more widget called widget span, so that inside we can add icons to it. Inside the rich text, first parent text should be given. Inside that, instead of this text span, we'll use widget span. Inside the widget span, we need to give it inside the child. We cannot have multiple widgets here, so just one child. We have one widget called padding. We'll introduce this padding later. Just to add paddings to the text, whatever we use padding widget here. Don't worry about this padding, we'll see this later. So whatever icon we need, we can add it here. Icons dot add, and we can also have color for the icon. So we can see this icon getting added here. Once that widget span is done, we'll add one more text span to display the remaining text. Text span. We can add text here. Sign up. We'll save it once again, so we can see the text here. There is one plus icon, there is one sign up. For this text span as well, we can give whatever color we want, and we can have it as we wish. So this is the basic text span and widget span and rich text feature. There are multiple features available inside this rich text. You can go through by clicking into this rich text. You can see whatever fields available like max, lines, structure, style, soft wrap, text direction, text align. So there will be some default values for this text. For example, for this text view or text align, default properties text align dot start. In case if you need text direction to be different, you can change it here using this text direction property. So this is the text how text is getting displayed, and advanced text is getting displayed using rich text and widget span and text span. Hello friends, in last video we saw about text field or simply text widget, using which we display some text to the user, which is either static or dynamic based on the some computation. If we press this button, text will change accordingly. So like that, we implemented one widget called text widget. In this video, we are going to start with the next set of videos in which we need to have some interaction with the user. So suppose you need to get some information from user through UI or GUI. We need some widget or tools to get that particular user input. One such tool to get user interaction, user input is text field, using which we can retrieve the text, or using which we can get the text from the user and display it or somewhere, or process the text or store that information in some DB or whatever we need. In this video, we are going to see about the text field, using which we can get input from user. So basically, text field is a common widget to get input from user. We can get data like just a plain text or alphanumeric characters, numbers, email ID, password. So whatever we need. Each text contain different UI. Suppose example, you need to input a number from user. Keypad will be like 1 2 3 number, just number keypad, so that user can't enter any text or some special characters there. In case if user had to enter some password, we will usually mask that characters with star or asterisk keys, so that password is not visible to the outer world. Just we are entering the password, and the characters replaced by star and get printed in the screen. So in this video, we are going to see about how to get text from user and store that text in particular field and retrieve the text from that particular field for later usage. So widget name is text field. So similar like text or text span. For that input widget is text field. Here inside this column widget, I'm creating instead of this rich text and everything. We'll remove this code and we'll start with the text field widget. Since we are going to have two widgets, we will add padding here so that it won't clumsy. Padding. Padding is another widget for just adding add padding for the child widget. So inside this parent padding widget, we'll first give padding to surround that entire widget, whatever we're using inside this child. Padding should be given inside this edge insets. Direction like all surrounding entire left, right, and top, bottom. We'll give it 15, and child should be specified inside this padding. This padding will get applied for this child which we are giving. Inside this, we'll start with the text field. So this is the widget to get input from user. Text field. For this text field, we have some properties called decoration. Inside that, we can give whatever decoration we need to decorate that particular text field. Decoration. We'll have one more which is called input decoration. Inside this input decoration, we can specify border for the text field. For border, we have few classes. We can specify whatever we need. Outline border. And then we have two different text or hint for user. One is label text and one more is hint text. Using the label text, we'll specify what that particular field name is for, and hint is to give what user should enter inside this text field. Mostly both will be same. Just for differentiating, we'll use hint text and label text. Once user start typing, hint text will disappear, but label text won't. So that's a major difference between label text and hint text. Label text, user name. This is just a label for that particular field, and hint is to give hint for that user to specify which value you should type. Enter username. To remove this warning, if we are not using any dynamic widgets, we can just start const keyword here so that our warning will get disappear. We'll save this file and we'll see how this text field looks like in Flutter. So this is how text field will look like. So if we see that this is the label text which we are using, that label text will go up whenever we start typing, and hint text will start appear. Once you start typing, that hint text will go off, and we'll just see whatever we are typing. Once you cancel this, remove this text, you can see that hint again. And by tapping outside, you can hide this keypad. And if you clicking somewhere else, or if you have one more text field, we can change the focus to the another text field so that this label text will appear in the center of the text view. If we go inside this text field, see the constructor, we have properties. We have control. Control is one important property to retrieve the text from the text field. We'll see that in later section. And then if you see the decoration which we are using for right now, and apart from that we have text action, text capitalization. So by default there's no capitalization, and we can have style, text alignment. So by default text alignment is from starting. Align vertical, text direction, read only, so that we can't edit the text. It's by default it's false. And then we have max lines to maximize the number of lines. and by default it will have one, so that we can't have more than one. So if you start typing, it will show up to just one line. So example, typing, so it can't go more than one line. So this is the maximum line. So if you increase that maximum line to 2 3, we can see that text in multiple lines. And max length expands false, so that this text field won't expand and it will just stay the same. If you change the flag, we can expand the text field. If you need to decorate this border or something else, we can have one widget called input decoration. Inside that input decoration, we have a number of properties. So few of them are icon, label which we are giving, a label text, and we can give styles for this label as well. So we can have some label styles as well. And floating labels, whenever this label is getting floated, we can change this text color or style, whatever we need. And hint style, we can change this hint style and hint text as well. Hint text direction, hint maximum line. So if you have n number of lines in hints, we can have this in hint style, hint direction, and error text. So in some cases we'll use this error text. As example, if you are entering email id but that email id is not valid, once you're clicking this done button, we need to show some error to that particular user. We can do that using this error text. And if you need some styles for that, by default it will have in a red color. If you need change color and if you need change styles for those error characters, we can use this error text, error style, and error max line properties. And then we'll have some extra properties. Mostly we'll hover color. So this is color which we are using whenever we hovering over by mouse. This is for web mostly. Okay, we'll add one more text field here for this password to see how to hide that password from that user, from other users by seeing this. We'll add one more padding here, adding. I'm copying the same field. Apart from that decoration, I'll add one more field called obscure text. This is to hide the text from user, so that it means we are typing some password, so we need to hide the text from other user. If we give this flag to true, we can't see the text whatever we are typing. Again, I'm saving this. So instead of username, give it as a password. Enter password. You can see this. This is getting updated to password. If you type something, don't show. I will use this dot symbol to hide the text from other user seeing. You can use icons as well in this decoration. If you use this icon, it will add at the start of the text. For example, here I'm adding icon. For example, I'm using this email. we can see that email is getting added. For this design, we may not need this border background, so we'll remove this border. So we'll just have that line below the text field. So if we remove this border, we'll just have one line below this text. So remaining functionality will remain same. And if you see this icon is getting added separate from this text field, if you want this icon to be part of this underline, we can, instead of just icon, we can give it a prefix icon. So now this is part of this underline. If you want the right side of this text, we can give it as a suffix icon, so that it will get the right side of the text view. Okay. Similarly, we can have progress bar. For example, if you're typing some IFSC code and you have to retrieve that IFSC code from server, and you have to verify that whether that IFSC code is right or wrong, or if you're typing some OTP and you have to verify that OTP, we need some progress bar rotating or circular inside this text field or wherever we need. If we want that progress bar or circular progress bar inside this text field itself, we can have it as a inside this decoration. Instead of this prefix, we can have one circular progress bar. Circular progress indicator. You can have it in either prefix or suffix, so that that progress bar is getting displayed. We can turn it off whenever we no need, and or start whenever we need. And if we move to the some other activity, it will get stopped. We have properties to decorate the cursor as well. So we have a property called cursor text, cursor color, cursor width. So we can modify each and every widget inside this text view. Also, if you see in native Android or iOS, we have we have to modify, or we have to edit the existing text view, or override the text view to change the particular color or add the style for that particular color. In Flutter, we can modify whatever widget we are seeing and whatever widget we need to edit. So we can edit using this cursor color and cursor width. So this is property to edit those. Still, we have lots and lots of property inside this text field. For just basics, we'll stop it here and we'll see how to retrieve the text from that user, from which user entered. We'll add one more button here to save the text. Here I'm using one button called elevator button. Need two properties inside this elevator button. One is child and one is on pressed. Usually for button we need on pressed, so that we can add function whatever whenever that button is getting clicked, we need to do that action whichever we are giving inside this on pressed. On pressed. For now we'll give it the same string. For this child, since we added const keyword for this entire children widget, it's throwing some error. We'll remove this and we'll add okay. We can add constant wherever we need. For example, just we'll add this const for this padding alone, so that this entire field warning will get rid of. For this text as well, we can give this const. Okay, we'll save this. Okay, that's it. We added one button here. So whenever we are clicking this button, we need to retrieve this text from username and password, or for just for implementation, we'll retrieve from either of the text. They have generally two way to retrieve the text from text field. One is on change method. So this is one of the easiest way to retrieve the text from field. This method actually stores the value in variable and will whenever there's a change in text field widget, that value will get updated. We can directly use the text, use that variable wherever we need. And second method is a controller method, and that's what we see inside this text field. Inside this text field, if you see the property called controller, we'll add some controller, unique controller to that particular text field, and we'll retrieve that. We'll add listener for that controller, and whenever there is a change in text, we'll retrieve from that controller text. We are going to see both method how to retrieve the text. Each and both method have its own advantages and disadvantages. Based on the situation, we can use whichever method we are comfortable with. First method is a pretty straightforward method. Inside this text field, first have a variable or declare a variable inside this class. It should be string variable. Name equal to just empty string. Into this text field, we have a property called on change. So whenever there is a change in this text, this callback function which you are giving inside this will get called. We'll have a function here. So the text which is getting changed will be part of this text, and we'll update that value to the text. So that whenever there is a change in text which you are typing here, this on change will get triggered, and whatever the text which is the new text which you are typing here, that will be part of this text variable, and the text variable is getting assigned to this name variable, which is a global variable which we declare here. So whenever we need or whenever we click some button, we can make use of this name variable to retrieve the text here. We can remove this const as well. So example, I'm instead of this text, I'm removing here, and I'm using the name text to get displayed here. And again, I have to remove the const here. So initially, this name variable is null. Empty string, so that nothing is getting displayed for this button name. And if I start typing with for padding, we added this on change text. Here I'm typing EA password. Since it is a static text, we don't see any change here. Static text in the sense, whenever we are creating this elevated button, we have that name. Since it's not a part of state variable, we are not getting any change here. For that, we can add one set state function. So whenever there is a change, we'll make this name as a state variable. Whenever there's a change for this name variable, and the place wherever we are using this name will get updated. So this elevated button in which we are using that name variable will get updated. So this entire elevated button will get updated, so that we can change the text getting changed here. For example, I'm typing P. I have to change this, save this code. I can see the change getting changed here. PA. I can see the change here. Whenever there is a change in text, it will get updated to that name variable. And wherever we are using this name variable, if we need to get the data in live, or the data should be live data, we can save it in state. Or else, if we no need to retrieve each and every time when the text is getting changed, we can just have it in a normal variable instead of the set state variable. So whenever we are clicking that button, we can update that text from here. For example, whenever we are clicking this button, we can retrieve that text inside this on press button, so we can use it wherever we need. This is the first method, and one more second method is adding controller. For that, we need to create one controller here. Controller of type text editing controller. Text editing controller. It should be unique for the particular text field. Say name controller. Just create a text editing controller, and we need to pass this controller in the field whichever we need to retrieve the data. Here I use that first method for this password thing, and we use this controller for text or name text field. Inside this text field, we'll have one property called controller. For the controller, we'll assign the controller whichever we created. Controller name controller. Again, we'll remove this const keyword here, and we'll add one more text below this button. Just direct text. Inside this text, we'll create one more string constant. Inside this on pressed, we'll have one set state function. Inside the set state function, I am setting this path variable, and I am using the name controller text. Okay, so whenever we type something here, example M, there won't be any text below this button. So whenever I press that button, at the time only that this text will get displayed. So even if I change this text here, it won't reflect in that place because we are not adding any live data or some listener to this text. So whenever I press this button, we are retrieving the text and store it in state so that that value will get updated here. So this is the second method, how to retrieve the text. So the first method, basically we are having it in a local variable, and we are updating local variable whenever there is a change in that text. In second method, we are adding one controller here and attaching the controller to that particular text field, and whenever we need that particular text, we can get the text from that controller which we attach to that text field. So this is the basic text field widget, how to get user input from that user, and how to retrieve the text and or store the text or process the text in a two different ways. This is up for this video, and we'll see in next video with a new topic. Hello friends, in this video we are going to see about different types of button available in Flutter. We already explored few buttons like floating action button and elevator button. So apart from these buttons, we have a few different buttons which serves as a different purpose of own. There are majorly three buttons available in Flutter. Those are text button, elevator button and outline button. Previously, they were called as flat button, rise button, and outline button. But due to some dependencies, they have updated and made that old buttons as deprecated one. So, which means obviously in few days, the support for that button will get erased and we won't use that button. So they provided new button and new styles for those button. So flat button is called as text button, rise button is called as elevated button, and outline button is called as outlined button. Outlined. Okay, those are the three major buttons which we use in Flutter. Apart from this, we have floating button, drop down button, icon button, inkwell button, pop-up button. So these are the major buttons which we are often use in Flutter. So first we'll see the basic three types and then we'll move with the other types of buttons. We already have one button called elevator button. This button is replaced by raised button. So the raised button is renamed or restructured to elevated button. So we'll use elevated button instead of the raised button. So this elevator button is best suited in places where the app requires direct action from the user, like confirming an order or booking a ticket. Since its name suggests it's elevated, so we no need to have any other elevated widgets such as cards or something else. So we can directly place this button as the end button. So without placing any elevated widgets behind it. So as the name suggests, it's an elevator. So direct, it's a button for direct end usage, like final action, like confirming a ticket or confirming a delete action, something like that. They don't differ much in properties, but theme for the each button varies. Actually, the old theme for the all three buttons, like flat button, rise button, outline button, is the same button theme. But the new widget text button has text button theme, elevated button has elevated button theme, and then outline button has outline button theme. So all three buttons have their own theme. We'll add all three buttons here. I'll copy this and paste it twice. Text button, and finally outline button. I'll save the code. You can see three different button getting displayed with three different style. We'll remove this text below this button. And without giving any style for those three buttons, we can see this three button getting displayed in three different style. If you see this first button, which we are using is elevated button. As we already saw, this is for end interaction for the user. So you can directly place this button in wherever user need to give the final decision. And next text button is just a text, but that acts as a button. So if you see, if you click here, some action can takes place here. And then finally outline button is just button with a default background, transparent background, but with some outline present around the button, which is a default behavior. These are the three basic default behavior for the respective buttons. You can add style whatever and wherever you need. You can give some a different color for this button, different color for this text, and different style for this button as well. So you can replace according as you wish. And we have three different theme data for each button. For outline button, we have outline button theme data, and this text button theme data, and this elevator button theme data. We have three separate theme data for each and every button. You can use it wherever you need. If you need to change the text style of this button, you can change it inside this text child. Inside this outline button, we have one child. Inside the child, you can decorate as you wish. As we already saw, there is a lots of text styles available for this text widget. You can add text style widget, style property for this text widget, and have the style of the text present inside this button accordingly. Apart from these three buttons, we have different buttons as we said. Fourth one is a floating action button that we already saw. We have two different variants of this floating action button. One is just direct floating action button, and another one is floating action button extended. So we can add some property to this floating action button. We can extend. So if you want floating action button with some icon, so you can extend this floating action button with floating action button dot extended. So you can give the icon, so whatever you need inside this floating action button, you can have this inside this floating action button extended. So instead of the style child, we'll remove this child. We'll give icon. And we need to give label for this floating action button, which will be getting displayed in the floating action button itself. For this label, I'll save this. You can see this floating action button is getting displayed in different style. The functionality of this button will remain same, but the style of this floating action button will change. We can add icon here along with that label, so which means the floating action button is getting extended to display some text along with this. And the next button we are going to see is drop down button. As the name suggests, drop down, we can have different styles or different object inside this drop down, and whenever we click this drop down button, a drop down list getting open, and we can select what are the items which we need to select. For that, we'll create one item first. Inside this class variable, we'll create one item list. We have one class called list. Inside this, we can have some list item. This class of type list item. We'll have one variable for it. Items equal to, we'll create one array. List item. For this list item, we need to create one more class which contains just integer value and string value. Class list item will have one constructor for it, which takes value and name. So now we can have this list item class, and we'll create some object for this one. Value is 2. We added 4 items to that list, and we'll create one drop down list. drop down menu item of type list item. And for selected list, we'll create one object for this. We'll create one function to initialize the state. So this function basically get called whenever the state is getting created. We'll call super function. We'll create one function. The function returns a drop down items. We'll add it here. This function will return drop down menu item of type list item again. We'll create one empty list. Initially will be empty list. Using an iterator, we'll populate that list item. We'll iterate list item one by one and we'll add it in items list. And value will be list item value. This entire list item. So basically, we are creating drop down menu item with this key as a drop down item name and this value as an entire list item. So we'll have one drop down menu item with this key and one list item as a value here. So this function will return this drop down list item. We have null safety constraints here. We'll made it as a so we'll return these items which we created here, and we'll call this function build drop down item from this function. So this will initialize this values, and from here we'll pass this drop down items which we created here. Here this items. So this will basically return a list of drop down menu list of list items, drop down menu items of this list item type, and we'll have this menu item. We'll select first value of that list to be selected item. item selected equal to menu items of 0 dot value. So by default, first element will get selected. So to avoid this null check, we'll add this button in somewhere. We'll remove this text button, or below this text button we'll add drop down button hide from underline. So from this widget, inside this widget we'll give child drop down button selected value will be so this value denotes which value is getting selected by default. Item selected will be the default value, and then items for those will be an array of items. So we already have one array, menu items. So this basically returns an array, so we no need to put that the bracket again. So on change, whenever we are changing the particular value, we'll have the selected value in this function. We can update the selected field using this on state change. Oh, sorry, set state. Set state item selected will be the selected value. Save this code. Since we declared this value as a late, we need to remove that and make it nullable. That's it. We'll save it again. Okay, you can see that we can see a drop down button here with some default text. Java is selected by default, which is a first element. And if you click this drop down button, you can see other items getting displayed: Kotlin, Dart, and C++. If you click any of those item, you see that selected item getting displayed as a selected item. So this is how we'll use this drop down, and we can use this item selector dot value wherever we need, since this item selector contains key and value and text. So if we need somewhere this data, we can just retrieve using item selector dot name. So that's how we'll use drop down button. And next button we are going to see is icon button. Icon button is pretty straightforward. We can directly place an icon button here. So what it will do is it's just another button with icon. So that's what icon button is. Inside this icon button, we need to do on pressed. For this on pressed, we need to pass some callback, and for this icon, we need to pass some icon. For example, icons dot settings. Apart from this, we can give some other parameters as well. For example, icon size, Then color for that icon, tooltip. So we can give whatever we need. I'll say this. So you can see this icon getting displayed. It's not just an icon, but it's an icon button, so that you can click that icon. You can see this ripple effect getting displayed. So something is hovering around the icon. So this is what icon button specifically offers. Apart from that, just simple icon. There's one more button called pop-up menu button. Pop-up menu button we'll see in a separate session. That's actually three dots appearing in a right corner of this toolbar. Whenever we click this button, some pop-up will get displayed. We can select instead of just displaying the icons here, we click this three dots icon. We open a toolbar. We open a dialog which contains settings, messages, whatever we need. Whenever we click that icon, it will go into some other pages. That's what this pop-up menu button will do. We'll see that pop-up menu button in a separate session. So whenever we are using that pop-up menu button. So this is basically the basic buttons which we are using throughout our Flutter application. That's it for this video. We'll see with a new topic in next video. Thank you. Hello friends. Until this video, we saw about few widgets which we are directly interacting with. So in this video, we are going to see one widget which we don't directly interact with, but it's going to act as a parent widget for some of the widgets which we already used. So topic for this video is container. In Flutter, there is one widget called container, inside which you can place some other widgets. So it's going to act as a parent widget for some other child widget. For example, we have one drop down button or icon button. We can wrap this widget inside a parent widget called container widget. So basically, container widget is a parent widget which can contain multiple child widget, and we can give some padding, height, width, background color, margin, everything for that parent widget, so that child widget align accordingly. Suppose, say example, you want entire this username password field, and along with this four other fields should be placed inside a margin of 25 dp, or it should be within a height of 400 dp, or some exact parameters. So if you want to wrap every other widgets inside that particular height and width, you no need to give height and width for each and every widget. Say example, here with margin should be of 25 dp. You no need to give margin for this username, password, and this button, icon, everything. Simply you can wrap it inside this container widget, and we can give the width and height for the container widget, so that each and every child inside that container widget will get aligned according to that container widget. In simple words, we can tell this container widget is similar to div tag, which we use in HTML language. Similar to that div tag, we can give some properties for this container. We can add paddings, margin, so whatever we want. If we not specify any constraints for that container widget, it's gonna take entire space wherever we are using. Suppose example, if you are placing it in a root, it will take the entire screen. So if you specify the height and width, it will act accordingly. So we'll try to wrap this widget inside this container. For that, we'll remove some of the buttons which you are not using. For example, I'll remove this drop down button, outline button. Okay, we're just having three widgets. For easy understanding of this container widget, I'll remove this as well, so that we'll place something else inside the container widget. I'll remove this column as well. So we are having this body keyword. Inside that, we'll try to add one container first. Container can be in root, so that we occupy the entire space available for this body tag. container. Go into this container constructor. You can see properties which is assigned to this container tag. We have alignment, padding, color for this container, decoration, foreground decoration. These are the important property, height and width of type double, and then constraints, margin, transform alignment, child. So important properties are padding, margin, height and width. These are the most important properties which we are using in container widget. Along with that, if we want any box constraint or decorations or color, we can give whichever property we need. Okay, we added one container here. We'll first add one child for this. So whenever we have container, we should have one child along with this. Inside this only, we can give the child widget whatever we need. Giving on text along with some style for it. I'm saving this code. So we can see this text is getting at the top of the screen. Since we removed that center tag, container will start from this top of the screen below this app bar. So it will occupy the entire region. To see the how this occupies the entire region, we'll give one more property called color, which will take entire background, which will apply for this entire container widget. Colors dot blue. Since we already have blue color here, maybe we'll give some orange. So if you see, this orange color is getting wrapped for this entire child widget. So whatever child widget we are having, for example, here we have one text. This is occupied by the entire region where we have this child widget. So example, if we have one more child widget or one more inside this container, if you have one more center widget or one more text widget or one more container itself, so it will take the entire region covering the child widget. So here we have only one text widget, it's covering the entire text widget, and we can see this orange color getting applied as a background color for this entire child widget. So example, if you want this widget height and width to be different, we can give specify the width and height for the container widget. Example, with this 250, I should be double, height is and 100. You can see this, the child with this is getting aligned according to the height and width we gave. Since container cannot be applied within this width range, so it's coming as a new line. So example, you are increasing with to 300, the container will get applied in the first line itself. You can see this container is getting aligned in the first line, but height won't change. Since you have given 100, height won't change. For example, I'm giving just 30. This can't be aligned inside this which container. So only the container which this text can hold is visible and remaining parts is not visible. This text is getting split into multiple lines only up to this 30 width, and the remaining text comes in next line. And since the height is 100, only up to the 100 height we can see the text. Remaining text will gone, we can't see those texts. Again, I am increasing to 300. And we try to give some other properties. Apart from this height and width, we see one more important property is margin. Similar thing like padding, we can give margin using edge insets. Insets margin for all four sides. Here we can see that margin is getting applied outside of this container. So margin is basically for uh, space outside of this entire container widget. So whatever you are giving this margin number, it will apply outside of this container widget. Similarly, padding can be applied, but padding will be applied for that between this border and this text. We'll see how padding. You can see this padding is getting applied from here, this border to this text. So this distance will be of 30. Since height is not enough, we are not getting entire text. For example, I'm giving here 300 and this will be 400. Okay, now you can see this entire text, and margins getting applied as a 20, and padding is inside from here this border to this text. Starting of this text will be 30. One more property called alignment. Alignment is used to tell whether from where this content should align according to this container. So example, I'm giving alignment as alignment dot bottom right. You can see this text is getting aligned to the bottom right of this container. This everything, whatever property we are giving is based on this container. So if we give bottom right, it will align to the bottom right of the container. And since we have padding 30, this padding will apply from this bottom. From bottom, it will have 30. From right, it will have 30. We have one more property called decoration. Inside this, we can give whatever decoration we need. For example, bottom border or border radius decoration. We have one more which is called box decoration. To go inside this box decoration, you can see some of the properties assigned to this. Color, image, border radius, box shadow, gradient, and border background blend mode. We're gonna use few properties in the box decoration. For example, first we'll give border for this entire container. For this border, we can give color and width of the border. Here I'm giving color as black, colors dot black, and then width of that border will be 4. And there we can give radius for the border. Border radius would be, this is one greatest advantage in Flutter. Like we can give constant value for all. Since say if we have border radius, simply we don't give 8 for this border radius, but we can specify using this border radius class, and so we can apply wherever we want. Like if it should be circular, we can give border radius as dot circular. Inside that, we can give the radius. You can see here one error. Error denotes color property cannot be used in both container and inside this decoration. We should give in one place. As example, you want it to be in border color. We should remove this background color. Our error got fixed. But if we want to give color for this container as well, we can specify inside this decoration itself. We shouldn't give color property in both the decoration and in container widget itself. This container widget color is a shorthand property for this box decoration dot color. But if you are using box decoration, we should specify color for this inside this box decoration only. So you can see this color is getting applied to this container enter widget. These are the some properties of this container. Mostly we'll use if you want to design the entire child widget, or entire child widget should be aligned with respect to some parameters like width and height. We can wrap the entire child widget inside this container, and we can specify the padding with the height, everything whatever we need. For example, if you have 5 children, and margin and padding for all those 5 children should be same, we can wrap it inside the container, and we'll specify that padding, margin, everything for this container alone, so that it will get applied to all 5 child widget which you are placing inside that container. This is the greatest advantages of this container. That's it for this video. We'll see with the new topic in upcoming videos. Thank you. Hello friends. In last video we saw about container widget, and in this video we are going to see about one more parent widget which we are using for aligning, arranging items, arranging its child widgets either horizontally or vertically. The name of the widget is row and column. There are two different widgets for each horizontal and vertical. As the name suggests, row is to arrange children widgets in row order, and column is for column order. So we are going to see how to arrange those children using this row and column widgets. For easier understanding, I'll minimize this code. Okay, so we are just having one container widget, and inside that container widget we having one text. So instead of this text, what we'll do is we'll add some row and column widgets inside this container widgets instead of this text widget, and we'll see how to arrange children inside those row and column widgets. We'll remove this text widget first. So in native Android development, if you see support this row and column, we have linear layout. Linear layout, we can specify orientation either horizontal or vertical. Similar to that linear layout, we have here row and column widget. So instead of single linear layout, we have two widgets. One is for row and another is for column. First, we'll see about row widget. This widget arranges its children in a horizontal direction on the screen according to the screen. It will expect the child widgets in a horizontal array. So if we give the, it will fill the entire available horizontal space. We should give that how the widget should be aligned inside the row widget. So even if a row widget arranges in the row horizontal direction, we should give how the spacing between those two widgets or those widgets should be available. So we have multiple properties to arrange or align the space between two widgets. So we'll see how to make that possible. We have two important properties inside that row and column. So first we'll add the widget here. I'm adding a row here. This row. If you go into this row constructor, we can see two important properties in this max axis alignment and cross axis alignment. These are the two important properties to denote how the spacing and how the direction of that row alignment should be placed inside the row widget. As example, if you have 5 widget and it should be from right to left or left to right or top to bottom or bottom to top, and then how the spacing between two widgets should be aligned are the properties which we have to give inside this cross axis element and main axis element. So cross axis, so main axis in the sense it will take this entire this with the range. So this is the main axis for row widget, and this is a cross axis for same row widget. So this will be vice versa in that column widget. In column widget, this will be a main axis and this will be a cross axis. So whatever property we are going to change, suppose example you have to change in this order, we have to modify main axis, and if you have to change in this order, you have to modify the cross axis. There are 6 properties inside this axis alignment. One is start, end, center, space between, space around, and space evenly. We are going to see about all those 6 properties. First, we'll add some children inside this row widget. We should have one children. List of widget should be present inside this children. We'll add one more container here. Follow this practice. So whenever we are creating one widget, just place inside this container or whichever widget we need. Don't just plain give that text widget or whatever we need, just in a plain body tag. So just wrap it either padding container. So whenever we need to change in future, we can just modify this container as well. Suppose if you're giving a direct text widget inside this body, suppose you have to align or add spacing between two other widgets, you have to modify the entire screen or modify the entire widgets tree. So suppose if you're giving container, it's enough to change this container alone. Inside this container, I'll give some margin, edge insets. Adding, and then we'll give one decoration. This is just to differentiate between other children, so we'll understand this widget easily. Save this code. You can see this inside this container we have one more one row widget. Inside the row widget we have one more container. We'll copy this container and paste it once again with a different value, and we'll give one more. We'll reduce text size. Since we haven't given any alignment properties, it's coming out of the box, and for now we'll reduce the text font size to 15 so that it will be inside this container. So you can see this getting aligned inside this container. Inside this row, we are going to see the important property. First one is main axis alignment. Main axis alignment. For this main axis alignment, we have 6 different properties. Main axis alignment. If you go inside this class, you can see start, end, center, space between, space around, space evenly. If you see the explanation for this start and end, place the children as close to the start of the main axis as possible, which means we are placing this row inside the container. So basically container and row will start from here. If you place the if you give this main axis alignment as start, it will start from this this border, this row widget as well. Suppose you are giving n, place the children as close as the end of the main axis as possible. As we already saw in row widget, this will be a main axis alignment and this will be a cross axis alignment. And then if center, it will place as a center, and space between, there will be a evenly spaced between those two widgets, and space around, space between these two widgets will be same, and space evenly, there will be equal space between all three. We'll see these three properties may be little confusing, but once we saw that implementation, we can easily understand. First we'll give start main axis alignment dot start. It will align close to the start of the row widget. Since we're having padding for this widget, we couldn't see that actual result. And since we have padding for margin for this container as well, we'll remove this margin as well, so that it will be clear to understand. So you can see three widgets. Since we removed margin, it will be aligned like this. For little bit, we'll give just 5 margin as 5. Okay, the start margin main axis element start will start from this row. As I already said, this is a main axis, which doesn't mean this line is the main axis. Line this entire area covers the main axis. So it will start from this line. So this will be a starting of the main axis. So this is the starting of the main axis, and this will be the end of the main axis. Suppose, for example, if you give the end as a main axis element, it will align from the end of the main axis alignment, so which means it will align with according to this line. You can see this, it will start from Sunday, but it will align according to this end. If you add one more property called Wednesday, it will add the end of this widget, and center will align to the center of the main axis. You can see this text is getting aligned to the center of the main axis, so it, space between this from start of the Sunday and end of the Tuesday will be same. If you have worked with the flex property, flex box in HTML, it will same. Space around, space evenly will be act same according to that flex box properties. And we'll see 3 other properties, and first one is space between. If you see this concept theoretically, it may be little confusing. So space between it will place the free space between the children evenly. So you can see space between first children and second children will be same. So example, from Sunday to Monday, so example it's a 5, and this Monday to Tuesday will also be 5. This is the space between two widgets will be same. Space between two widgets will be same. This is the space between property, and space around will be space around the Sunday. As example, this is 2, and from start of Sunday it will be 2, and end of the Sunday it will be 2. For Monday, from start of this Monday to this will be 2, and this will be 2. So space around the widget will be same. And this is the space around, and if you see space evenly, instead of adding same space in between the Sunday and Monday, the space between this and this and this and this will be same. Instead of adding double times between the Sunday and Monday, the space between this widget will be same. This is the primary difference between these three properties. You can use whenever or whatever you need. Similar properties applied for cross-axis alignment. Cross-axis element, you can give specify start or end. So if whatever you are giving inside this cross-axis element will get changed according to this cross-axis element. If you give cross-axis alignment dot start, it will start with this line. So with respect to the cross-axis, this will be a starting point. So it will align the children from this starting. If we give end, it will align to this end. If we give center, it will align to the center of the cross-axis. And the space between properties will be applied for this cross-axis element whenever we are using a column widget. Even here we can use, but giving that space evenly property will be meaningless since we have only one row. If we are giving in a column, it will have multiple columns. In that point, we can give space between for this cross-axis element as well. So the same properties will get reversed or vice versa in column widget. So example, you are giving column here. Column widget here. Instead of this cross main axis, we'll give the cross. Even in column widget, we cannot specify this cross axis since this will be a main axis. So similar to row widget, we have to give the space between in this main axis element as well. Instead of this cross axis space around space between, we have three other properties for this cross axis element. That is baseline, stretch, and values. So this baseline will be according to the baseline of the cross axis, and stretch will be similar to baseline, and mostly we won't use this three other properties. We'll stick to the center. If you give space around, it will space around. So the space around this two widget will be same. So we can see this getting aligned vertically in this column widget. So remaining properties will remain same. If you give space between, two widgets will be same. We won't consider the top and bottom margin. So space between two widgets will be same. So this is the row and column widget. So whenever we are having more than one children which is to be aligned horizontally or vertically, we can go with row or column widget instead of just giving directly the children widget. We can wrap it using row or column widget. So these are the properties, important properties which we have inside this row and column widget. Apart from this widgets, apart from these properties, we have few more as well. As we already saw, we have a text direction, vertical direction, and this text baseline. These are the other properties which we can use inside this widget. So that's it for this video. We'll see with a new video, new topic in some other videos. Thank you. Hello friends. In this video, we are going to see about one more user interactivity widget called Checkbox. Checkbox is basically an input component where user can check or uncheck the value, which means if user check the value, the question the checkbox asks is true or selected. If it is left unselected, it means user doesn't want to choose that option, or the value of that question is false. So that's what Flutter checkbox serves as. We have two different types of checkbox available. One is a normal usual version wherever we saw just a question along with the checkbox. We can check or uncheck that button. One more advanced widgets available in Flutter is checkbox list tile. Using the checkbox list tile, we can have header, subtitle, or icon for that checkbox. That checkbox list tile acts as a widget for entire header, subtitle, icon, or whatever we have. We can select or unselect the entire widget using this checkbox list style. First, we'll see normal regular checkbox style, and then we'll move on to checkbox list style. First, list style, we have few properties like value, which means the current value of the checkbox, and on change function. As like as text field, we have on change function here as well. We'll see how to implement that checkbox. We can edit in this column widget as well. Instead of space between, we'll give space evenly, and then we'll remove one container, and instead of one container, we'll replace with checkbox. Checkbox. These are the two properties, two required properties for this checkbox. One is value and another is unchanged. Value denotes what value it should hold initially, either true or false we can give. Unchanged function will trigger whenever there is a change in, which means whenever we click or uncheck the value, this callback whichever we are writing here will get triggered. Parameter for this onChange function will be Boolean value. If you check that function, it will give a true or else it will give return false. This is of type nullable, so we'll add question mark here. And instead of this value, we have to create one local variable, and inside this class, we'll create two more local variable. We'll create as Boolean first value equal to, by default we'll uncheck both values, and then we'll use this value inside our checkbox. Instead of this value, we'll replace with this dot first value and inside this on change function we'll change set state. Since we are having a local variable, we need to update this checkbox as well. We'll set this dot first value to whatever user is selecting, which means initially this value will be false. So this checkbox value will hold false as its value. Whenever there is a change in checkbox, whether user selects or unselects, the value will get printed in this value. Value will get passed into this function, and we are setting that value to the state. Since it's a state variable, whenever there is a change in state, this value will get updated. So whatever user is updated, that value will get updated to this checkbox field. So we'll have a updated value in this checkbox field. Since we are given as a nullable type, we'll ensure that there won't be any nullable value. And similarly, we'll create one more checkbox for second value. This is for second value. We'll replace with second value. We'll save this code. We can see two checkboxes without any question or any text field. So in order to add any text to this, we have to add one more row widget or some other widget, and we have to place text inside that particular widget. For example, here I am adding a row, and inside that we'll give this checkbox. Before this checkbox, we'll add one text widget. Inside, before that, we have to give the children variable property. Inside this, we'll paste the checkbox. First widget will be text widget. This will be the text, and following that, we'll have one checkbox. Similarly, we can place one more row. For now, we'll just leave with one checkbox, one row. Here we can see that we have one text following a checkbox. Whether we can check or uncheck this text box, the value will get altered accordingly. Since we are placing it a row, it will start from starting of the text. We can use main axis alignment. Getting this text displayed in the center of the page. So this is how we'll use this checkbox, and wherever we need, we can just directly reuse the first value, boolean value, whenever we need. As example, we have one button here called save button. Whenever we click the save button, if we need to retrieve the checkbox field, we can check using this first value. If the first value is true, that means user is checked the value, which means today is Sunday, true. If the user unchecked this button, this means this checkbox contains false value. That means today is not Sunday. This is the checkbox, and the basic difference between the checkbox and radio button is here we can select multiple radio checkboxes even if they are in a similar group. So we are in a situation to select more than one option. We'll usually go with the checkbox, and in a group of questions, if we have to select only one option, we have to go with radio button, which is our next topic. So this is a basic checkbox, and if we move to the checkbox field, and here a few more properties we have, like we can change the color of the checkbox, color of this blue. Since we have primary swatch color, this value will be blue. We can check color or active color. So whichever we need to change, we can select here. If we go inside the checkbox field, you can see the properties getting displayed here. Focus color, check color, active color, mouse cursor. Few properties is for web, and this if you see this check color, the color to use for check icon when this checkbox is checked. So this basically this blue color will be replaced by whatever we are giving for this check color. And apart from that, nothing is important. So basically the check color and active color are the two important properties in this checkbox. And we'll move to checkbox list tile. In this checkbox list tile, we have few other properties like title, subtitle, and secondary. So those are the additional properties come along with this checkbox. So like here we added one more text widget to add text here, but in that advanced checkbox list tile, we no need to give separate text for this checkbox. We'll modify the second checkbox field with the list tile will replace with checkbox list tile. In this checkbox list tile, first we'll give title. And we have a subtitle as well. First, we'll leave with this title as well, title alone. Then we'll add subtitle later. Value will be this dot, second value, and then we'll paste this on change function here as well. We'll remove this checkbox. We'll save this code. Here you can see without adding any text field, without adding any text widget, apart from this checkbox list style, we have text and the checkbox button will appended to the end of the text view. And you can add subtitle as well. Subtitle. Just I'm adding some random text. Here you can see that subtitle getting added. We can see that checkbox is getting center of this both text. So this is a subtitle, and we have one more property called secondary. We can add icon as well in the secondary. Icons dot. As example, I'm giving alarm. Here you can see that icon is getting added to this checkbox list style. So this entire widget will add together as a checkbox. So if you click, you can check or uncheck without adding any extra widget or extra. So if you are designing in the normal checkbox will like first checkbox, you have to place one icon button or icon, and then you have to place one text widget and one more text widget. So three widgets you have to add additional to the checkbox field. So here with the simple text box list tile, we can add all three properties together along with the checkbox functionality. So this is the additional feature available in checkbox list tile. If you go inside this checkbox list tile, you can see the properties available inside that. Here we can alter the title color, subtitle, and this 3-line by default value will be true. In case if you need additional line, we can add using by changing this value to true. And here as well you can have active color, and these two properties are required which we gave. And we can change some other states like select a tile color. So if this color, this entire checkbox is selected, we can change this tile color alone. So this entire widget is called as a tile. And secondary, here we can change the color of this title as well. So these are the properties available in checkbox and checkbox list tile. So we can use whichever we need accordingly. So we'll in next video we'll see about a radio button and its properties. Thank you. Hello friends. In last video we saw about checkbox. In this video we are continuing with the radio button. The primary difference between radio button and checkbox is in checkbox we can select more than one option, but in radio button we can select only one option among the group. Suppose example, today is Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. We have three options. We can select only one option. So that's where we are using this radio button. In case if we can select more than one option, we'll go with checkbox. Or else if user need to select only one option among 4 or 5 options, then we'll go with the radio button. Radio button is simple widget where similar to the checkbox, text will be displayed and one round box will be appear. Instead of the square box, radio button will be in round shape, and we can check or uncheck by clicking that particular round icon. To implement this radio button, we have to merge three different widgets like radio list tile, and list tile either radio list style or just a list style widget along with this radio widget. Similar to the checkbox, we have unchanged function. Whenever we are clicking, whenever we are checking or unchecking any radio button field, we'll get the unchanged method of that particular radio button. So we can do whatever we want, like we have to update the value of the current selected value, or we have to uncheck. So whatever we need, we can do inside that unchecked unchanged function. And we have two parameters apart from the onChange function. One is value and another is group value. Value will have a unique value for each and every radio button. Apart from that, we have group value. Whenever the current value is stored in group value, whenever current value and whenever value and group value are matched, we'll consider as that radio button is selected. So we'll see how that works. We'll create using a list file. So instead of this checkbox, we'll remove this. We'll remove this row as well. Here we have one container. Below that, we are going to add radio button. I'm using list style here. Inside this list style, as we already saw, list style have few properties like title, leading, subtitle, etc. Title is the main content we should do, which should be displayed. I'm just adding text like Sunday. And leading is one property. Should tell whatever we are giving inside this leading, it should display at the starting of the list tile. So if we are giving inside the trailing, it will be displayed at the end of the list tile. Since it's a leading, it will be displayed at the start of the list tile. In the leading, we are giving on radio. This is the radio widget which we are using. This radio have few properties like value. Value we'll add it later. One more parameter called group value. We have to create one property for this group value and value. Apart from that, we have onChange function. To set the value, we can either give directly the string constant, or else we can give an enum. So enum is basically we have set of values inside that enum. We can use whenever we need. Instead of giving string constant everywhere, if we create a enum class so that we can use it whenever we need. Outside of this class, I'm creating one enum class. We have example, we'll create as a days. Inside that, we have three different enum values: Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. So these are the three enum objects. And then inside this class, we'll create one object for enum class. Inside here, I'm creating one days. It will be one selected value. By default, we'll give it as a days dot Sunday. So this is the default value which we are going to give inside the radio button. Inside the radio button list tile, value will be, we have to again select it from enum because each and every radio button should have its own value. For that, we'll give Sunday. This will be the Sunday, and a group value will be day. So this will be group value. So whenever this value and this value group value, this group value will initially it will be day, which is Sunday. So whenever this Sunday and this value group value and value matches, that particular radio button will get selected. In this onChange, we'll have whatever the value is selected, we get it as a parameter. We can pass that in set state function so that it will get invoked whenever there is a change in radio button. So whenever there is a change in radio button, whenever we select a different radio button, on change will function will get triggered. Inside that on change function, this value will get updated, so that it will get updated to day, and this group value will match with some other day. If, say example, if you are selecting Monday, it will select with the some other radio button, and that radio button will get selected. Here we have nullable type, so we'll add question mark here and make it as a not. Similar to this list style, we'll create one more list style. I'll just copy paste this here. This text will be Monday. Okay, everything is fine. So here we have default value will be Sunday, so that first radio button will get selected by default. Whenever we click this Monday, the on change function will get triggered. Here on change function will get triggered. So we have value as Monday, so this Monday and this group value Monday will get matched. So since we are using this value a day as a state variable, so wherever we are using the state variable will get triggered. So this value and the group value doesn't match, since the group value is Monday. So this radio button will uncheck by default, and this Tuesday as well it doesn't match. So matching radio button is Monday, so it will get selected by default. We'll save this code and we'll run. So we can see that in list style, leading will be starting of the text. Whatever we are giving in leading, it will be on front side. If it's trailing, we'll get displayed at a right side of the text, which means end of the text. So it will be displayed at the end of the text. So this is one property of the list style. So we will use this list style in some other places. Okay, here I'm selecting different radio button. So whenever I'm selecting this Monday, the Sunday will get unchecked by default. And we can't uncheck this radio button, since we must select at least one radio button, and we cannot left this radio button unchecked. Go inside this radio, we'll have a group value. We use this all three functions. This value is a current the unique value of that radio button, and group value is a selected value, and on change is a function which whenever there is a change it will get called. In group value, currently selected value for the group radio button. This is what exactly we told. And toggable active color. So these are the colors we can change: focus color, hover color. Some of the properties is for where, and splash radius. So sorry, these are the other properties. Mostly we'll use stick with the active color and fill color. These three required parameters. And if you go inside this list file, you can see leading. Leading is the icon or widget which is getting displayed in front of this text view, and title is the title. Trailing is which is displayed at the right side of the text, and we have a subtitle which if we enable the subtitle, we'll give one more text below this main text title. And we can give the functions like callback for whenever we click this button or what it should happen. So mostly we won't use in radio button, but in case we are using it as in a list view or somewhere else this list style, we can use this properties: on tap, on long press, selected, focus color, hover color, focus node. So whatever we need, these are the properties of the list type. So that's it for this video. In this video we have seen about how to use radio button inside the Flutter. Thank you. Hello friends. In this video, we are going to see about two important topics. Flutter Toast and Snackbar. So we'll see how to display a toast message and snack bar message in our application. So whenever we click an action or some button, we'll see some kind of notification or some kind of text message appearing in screen, and which will be disappear in a few seconds. So there are two types of message. So for example, you're saving some text. For example, this is data. We are saving some text in database. Whenever you click the save button, we'll see just a small pop-up saying that your data was successfully saved, and that will automatically disappear after a few seconds. So that is the toast message. And snackbar serves the same purpose, but it will appear in different way. So design between those two widgets will be same. So we'll see how to implement those two widgets in our Flutter application. Till now, whatever the widgets we are implementing, it's directly available inside this material widget. So whichever we are using, it will available inside this material dot package. So we can directly use without importing any other package or library. But this Flutter Toast is part of a different library. We have to import a Flutter Toast library to use this Flutter Toast widget. To add the Flutter Toast widget, we have one file called popspec.yaml. As we already saw, this file this contains required information and essential libraries packages that we need to use throughout our application. In this package, we see there will be one section called dependencies. Inside that, whatever the dependencies we are using, it will be listed. There will be two dependencies. One is dependencies directly, and another is dev dependencies. The basic difference between those two packages is this dev dependency is only for development purpose. The packages and libraries which we are using inside this dev dependencies won't be part of production app. So as for example, if your Flutter lens is for checking lens in our project, this library need not to be present inside our production application. It's a waste of memory in production application. So this kind of packages and libraries can be placed inside this dev dependencies. But if we see this Cupertino icons, it should be in a dev prod app to serve the purpose of icons, Cupertino iOS icons. So this dependency should be part of just dependencies. We Flutter Toast is a library which is available inside, which should be added inside this dependency so that it will be appearing in production app. If you want to install any packages in Flutter, you have to specify the name of the package and its version. So if you have to check the version and exact name of the library, go into the pub.dev/packages, type in the name whatever you want, Flutter Toast. You search this, library will appear. There are lots of library to get displayed for this Flutter Toast. This one is a standard. Click into this. The support is for Android, iOS, and web. There's no direct Flutter Toast available inside our Flutter package. We'll use with this third-party library. Here you can see this Flutter Toast and its version is printed here. Just copy this. This is the usage of the Flutter Toast library. So how to use this? What are the parameters available? Will be specified in this page itself. So we have message. So which message should be displayed, and it shouldn't be null, and we should pass this params. And apart from that, we have few other params like toast length. So how long it should get displayed, and gravity where should be displayed. Time in second for this is for iOS and web. So this toast length will support only for Android. If we need to specify any length for the iOS and web, we should specify in time in seconds for iOS web. And background color for the toast message, text color, font size, web show close. This is for web and web background. So these three properties are web. To cancel the toast, we have Flutter toast.cancel. Okay, these are the important parameters. So we'll copy that library and add it here below this Cupertino icons. We'll add, open the new terminal, type the command flutter import these libraries. Once it gets successfully installed, we'll directly use that library in our code. To use that, we need to import the package whichever we installed. Import. If the installation is successful, it will show here Flutter Toast. So this is the file which we are trying to access, fluttertoast.dart. Here we have floating action button. Whenever we click this floating action button, we'll try to display the toast message. This toast message can be created as a separate class, and we may pass the text message alone if we are going to use that toast message in multiple places with the same design. But if you're going to use it only in one place, we can directly give it here. We'll see how to use the in both ways. We can directly, whenever we're clicking this button, we can directly call this flutter toast dot show toast. There is one function called show toast. Inside that, required parameter is message. We should give this message required parameter. For example, I am giving data saved successfully. Apart from that, we have few other properties like toast length, how long it should display, toast dot. We have two different durations, length long and length short. If we need custom, we can give it some value. And there is a property called gravity, which specifies where this toast message should get displayed. Toast gravity dot. We have different properties like bottom, top, center, bottom left, bottom right, center right, center left, and then top left, top right. So these are the different properties available. As example, I'm giving it in bottom. Usually, a toast message will get displayed in the bottom of the screen. And for web or iOS, we should give in time in web for iOS web. We can give it as a seconds. And then we have color for this background color for this toast. We can give whatever color we need. Apart from that, we can change text color as well. Colors dot blue. These are the properties available. Apart from that, we have few more properties. If you see this Flutter toast, you can see what are the properties available. A message, text toast, a color, a web show close. So these three properties are for web. This should be inside the curly braces since it's a function. Okay, save this code. We still have some error in the top. This should place the semicolon here. Again, we'll save. Open the emulator. So I'm clicking this button. We can see this toast here. Data saved successfully getting displayed. Since we gave gravity as a bottom, we are seeing it in the bottom of the screen. We'll change it to top. Now we can see this. See that the toast message is getting displayed at the top of the screen with the background as blue color and text color as background as red color with the text color as blue color. If we change to length short, it will display for the shorter duration. You can see this getting erased quickly than length short, length long duration. And we have few other toast gravity options, and we can change this color as well. So this is the basic toast message which we are showing using this toast library. We'll change back to bottom. That's it. In next, we'll see about Snackbar. Snackbar is similar to Toast except with the design, and Toast cannot have any action. If, like example, you're deleting some data, if you have to undo within a 5 second, you cannot have any operation in Toast message. Just to display the message, we are using Toast message. Unlike toast message, snackbar can have some action with it. As example, you are clicking the save, we are showing on snackbar. In the snackbar, it may contain one button which specifies undo. Whenever you click this button, it undo whatever the action which you done. So that is the one more advantage of snackbar over the toast message, and one more difference between the snackbar and toast message. So here, instead of this toast message, we'll replace with snackbar. We have to create one snackbar. Inside the snackbar, we should give some content. If we go inside the snackbar, we see properties available inside the snackbar. This is part of material library, and this content is alone required parameter. Apart from that, we have background color, elevation, margin, padding with for this design for the snackbars. We'll give duration as a 5 second duration. This is one class available. Inside that, we can specify the time duration and time denotion, whichever should be displayed, like seconds or hours or whatever we need. Apart from that, we have action. Snack bar action. Inside that, we can have multiple actions. For example, undo. On press, whenever clicking that undo button, we can have some function whatever we need. We need to attach this snack bar to the scaffold code. Scaffold dot of we should pass this context, so which means we are telling where to attach the snack bar. Show snack bar. Inside that, we are passing a snack bar whichever we created. I'll save this code. I'll click this button, so we can see the snack bar getting displayed top of the bottom navigation bar, and it will be displayed for 5 seconds. And we have one button called undo. Whenever I click this button, whatever code we are placing inside this on pressed action, it will get executed. So we can undo if we did some database operation, or we did some transaction. We can undo it here. We can customize the color and whatever we have inside this snack bar, and this is optional. There is no necessity to we should always give this action. We can just ignore this action, so that just in the snack bar will alone get displayed. So this is the snack bar example, and this is a new new syntax we are seeing, which means we are just attaching the snack bar to this scaffold messenger with this context parameter. So this is the example how we should display the snack bar. In this video we saw about how to display toast message and snack bar message in Flutter. Thank you. Widgets. Thank you.